matchups like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. My name is DK, with me is Proxy, and you guys are joining us right here on our final day of the second Super Weekend. Now, today is going to be absolutely insane because the teams have once again their final opportunity to play their games and, of course, acquire those points and lock in those slots moving into our very first, second Super Weekend. There we go. Not quite sure where it's going, but you got to get the gist of that. Now, Proxy, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, and excited to see what the teams are going to be cooking up today. As you said, it's the last day of league play for the second week, and we don't know yet who's going to be going into that second Super Weekend. We don't know yet who's going to be bringing the fire today, because yesterday was a very surprising start.
Yeah, and it was indeed quite a very surprising start, and the team's really having quite a bit of a challenging time. But speaking about the teams, let's hop on over just to remind you of all the groups we have. So we've got Group B, C, D, of course, Group E. So all 20 teams are participating today. We are going to be playing it out across our 5 maps with everyone on each of those. So definitely the pressure is going to be on, and we are wanting to see, or looking to see rather, who will be our top 16 teams making their way up in towards that first Super Weekend. Now, we know last week out of Group A, Mad Knight was a team that sat out on that first Super. In Group D, it was INTRUDER Africa, and of course the players there from SWAT. And over in Group E, it was the players coming through there from Virtual Gaming. Now, we've already been seeing the teams really starting to dial up the pressure that they can apply in these matches with Virtual Gaming, as we saw yesterday, just absolutely off, getting aggressive right out of the gate, raking in elimination after elimination after elimination. So an absolutely fantastic start going in on that first day, particularly for the players there from Virtual Gaming. Now, going to be on into today's matches to see how the teams are going to be performing and whether or not we could be seeing another increase or a step up coming through on the level of performance.
Absolutely, and it's what you would expect from these teams, especially in league play. It's not quite the performance you would expect over on Super Weekend, but they definitely do rise to the occasion to pick up as many points as they absolutely can. And of course, we know how they do that, DK. It's via the point system, it's via those placements and those kills, the age-old combination in Battle Royale, and we've seen that some of the teams really favoring those elimination points.
Yeah, a lot of elimination-heavy teams making their way into those fields. And we do see quite a optimization of the point system also now being adapted here by the teams. So I'm excited to see what that will bring. But of course, the day is open for that anything can still find its way on through. So once again, I'm open for teams to step up and just surprise us with those performances. I mean, we've had away plays coming in as well, and I believe it was the players there from the side of Lusail. Yes, just yesterday coming in with 2 chicken dough. Off to a really, really good start. And as we know, we are currently in our league play phase. As we've mentioned, all 20 teams in those 5 groups, 4 groups per match participating across our 5 matches of the day. Every team will then have an opportunity to play their 4 games for the day. And today is going to be our final day of the second week. After this, it is straight over towards Super Weekend, our top 16 teams moving straight on through. And then we increase it from those 4 matches to 5 matches per day. Everyone playing every single match, and it is going to be over those 3 days. And you know, that is the second Super Weekend. After that, there will only be one more opportunity for teams to bring in some of those much needed points to secure a potential slot in the top 16 overall to make it through up towards the final. So the pressure definitely is starting to mount here for the teams.
Oh, yeah, that's putting it lightly. Unfortunately, for some of the teams, they didn't come through in the first Super Weekend. So, as we said, those 4 teams that were sitting back having to watch the action, they are absolutely going to be vying for their spot in the second week. And of course, we know the map's a little bit different from the first week. We had pretty Miramar heavy issues last week. We had quite a few changes coming through for some of the teams. You know, the teams that really enjoy those long distance fights, they were blessed because Miramar and Erangel were the combination we were looking at. This time around, of course, Sanhok is jumping into the mix. Now, Sanhok made a very interesting change and sort of a splash coming through on the weekend, because it's the first time we saw those teams coming through, and they were absolutely dominating with their close quarter combats. And last night was the same sort of situation. We really saw a few teams that we haven't yet, seen an opportunity to shine on Sanhok really show their stuff. Virtual Gaming was one of the teams to do so. They were absolutely dominating, making sure that they were getting as many points as they can from their very aggressive playstyle. And it worked out for them.
Yeah. I mean, today's going to be super exciting. Of course, the teams, as we know, each of them walking away with $1,500. And they are pushing it up to get into Super Weekend, where not only they are able to acquire points to make it through into into the finals, but also we know those winner chicken dinners are worth an extra little bit of spice. $500 coming in per those winner chicken dinners. So definitely there is quite a bit, also a bit of a bounty on making it up in it towards those Super Weekends. So looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to be bringing in here. But I got to say, I'm liking the lineup coming in here for today, looking to be a little bit more on the heavy side with regards to Sanhok. So the teams are going to have ample opportunity now to step up and get quite aggressive as they duke it out over the jungle. But of course, we also still, as we saw, have those Erangels coming in right to add a little bit of balance. So if teams are having a bit of a tough run jungle, can of course step into the beautiful plains on Erangel itself and just ensure that they can bring in a few of those much needed points. But definitely having the map or the being a little bit more Sanhok focused, especially today, is going to be quite interesting, because we do have teams that don't fare as well necessarily on a map like Sanhok, right? So the performances over on Miramar or Erangel, and now with Sanhok being the main focus for today, it might be a little bit of a worrying play for a few of these teams. But before we get into too much of these things, of course, we want to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, as we said, right, today, Sanhok have seen some strong performances coming through just yesterday. But if we look back at what we saw in last week's performances, right, after that first play, it's already relatively different to what we have coming into this one.
Yeah, look, it was a very different performance from many of the teams. You know, I mentioned Virtual Gaming coming through with that absolutely dominating performance on Sanhok, and that's why we've seen them, started climbing up those rankings. But of course, I mean, overall rankings, this is really where it started to get interesting, because as we got into the Super Weekend, things really changed. League play stats, all of the things that you thought you knew about these teams were thrown out the window, and Team Myth coming through with 4 winner chicken dinners. And of course, as we said, those winner chicken dinners are a little bit more spicy. They got some extra little bit of cooking time in the golden pan of $500. So they're already, padding their bank accounts with that $2,000 in their back pockets, alongside, other teams that did really well, like Cryptics, G3 Temper, Lusail, and 1 million. I mean, even other teams coming through, and picking up the points, not necessarily the winner chicken dinners, but the points at the very least, to make sure that they're constantly in that top 16 threshold. Because as long as they can stay in that top 16 threshold, they can make their way to finals. But of course, we come back, we see these teams, and then you look at the league play, rankings, and you're like, wait, hold up a second. This isn't quite what I expect. I mean, Team Umbra, they're currently in 11th place, but, on the overall, they're on the first page. And it's that contradiction that comes through, because the teams, obviously, they only really show all of their strengths coming through in Super Weekend. In league play, it's to do enough to get through, but maybe not to show all their secrets just yet. just give them a little taste of it.
Yeah, but what I'm worried about rather here is teams holding off a little bit too long before stepping up to the challenge here, because we do know that the teams coming into the second day of league play are not necessarily in the positions where they would have been wanting to be, so things could be a little bit more on the challenging side there. And I feel that we do have a few teams that have been holding off a little bit too long, so they are actually facing quite a bit of a challenge then coming into today, looking to see whether or not they are able to bring in those required points, because I feel there's several teams kind of sitting in that danger zone.
Yeah, no, there is a few teams that unfortunately, look, the pressure's on. Like we said, the 4 teams that didn't make it into the Super Weekend, right? They had an opportunity to sit back and take a couple of notes. Review those VODs, get their strategies up into where they'd want them to be for league play, and then of course for Super Weekend if they make it into the second Super Weekend. And that's the big thing for all of these teams. It's if you make it in. You've mentioned in previous competitions that you've seen, some of the teams that we see absolutely dominating the performance over Super Weekend on the first Super Weekend don't even make it into the second Super Weekend. And at the end of the day, there's 4 teams that have to sit out. So that reality is, well, a reality for any team that's taking part. So they definitely want to put their best foot forward, at least their sufficient best foot forward to make sure they get into the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough one too, but having a little bit more of a focus on towards Sanhok will allow teams with the opportunity to just play it a little bit more aggressively. We know that Sanhok is a relatively small map, so there will be more than ample opportunity for these teams to go out to potentially try and rake in those points. But what I'm really hoping to see is an improvement on those performances coming through from yesterday, because yesterday it was a little bit tough for quite a few of the teams, right? I mean, it is not something that we are all too accustomed to seeing. And if we look at the standings we have so far for this week of league play, SWAT 69, Next Level, Super Young Stars, and Blackjack, as well as Intruder Africa, they are still sitting in
Ooh.
that danger zone. But then also, we've got the players coming through from the side there of 1 Million Esports, as well as Mad Knight. And then I'd even argue that Team Unique is also not 100% in it just yet. There's not a lot of points really separating these teams. But particularly today, we'd love to see the players from SWAT 69 stepping up and finding a few tactics that work for them, because currently they're sitting on 4 points on the overall standings, at least for this league play week. And it's a little bit saddening to see, right? We'd love to see them make it through in towards Super Weekend. So I'm hoping for SWAT 69 that today is the day where things just click for them and they find a way to bring in a few more of those points to push themselves up into that potential top 16.
Yeah, look, I've been a fan of the players from Salt 69 for a while now. I've been following their journey, and they've had some huge improvement from when they started, from when at least I, started seeing them to where they are now. There's a reason they've even got here in the first place at all. So for them, definitely today is the day that hopefully they're going to bring that action. They're going to bring that SWAT 69 flavor that I know they're capable of, and absolutely, hopefully, get a good performance coming through, because we've seen many times teams making huge leaps up that ranking board. I mean, Zero Tolerance, one of the first teams, again, I'm always going to come back to this. They went from 20th, which is currently where SWAT 69 is, all the way to 10th place in one game. One good game, because the competition is so close. You can see the points, they're not very far. I mean, if you take a look from 10th place, that's 25 points. They're on 4. One good game, maybe a winner chicken dinner, maybe 8-9 eliminations, bam, you're finding yourself in 8-9 place. So one good game can get you where you need to be. It's just about making sure that you can either get one good game or get a consistent set of games to just consistently try and climb that leaderboard. Because that's what everyone's trying to do at the end of the day. That threshold is constantly rising. And SWAT 69, the first team that we're going to be looking at, but definitely, I mean, I would say all the way from maybe even the halfway point, maybe all the way from 10th position down, there's still room for, a little bit of movement coming through. It can even go higher depending on the performance that the rest of the teams are bringing.
Yeah, because we do find all these teams being in very close proximity to each other with regards to the points currently sitting on that leaderboard. And I mean, the point difference coming in between 10th place and 20th place, it's 21 points, right? That is literally one good match. So any of the teams, that would be like, for instance, for the players there from SWAT 69 to hop all the way up in towards 10th position, that would only require them to bring in 21 points in one match. Is it impossible? No. As you said before, we saw the players from Zero Tolerance doing it just last week. So I'm really hoping that we could see that play coming through for a team like SWAT 69, but also it's quite worrying to see the players, for instance, from 1 million Intruder as well as Blackjack, and then of course the Super Young Stars currently sitting in the position that they have on that leaderboard. I mean, we saw the performances coming through over in towards the Super Weekend. So we know that these teams, they do possess the capability of bringing that in. But also, yes, I could probably hear a few people saying, but there was only one Sanhok in Super Weekend per day, right? This time around, we had 2
Yeah.
yesterday and we have 3 coming in today. So they got to find a strategy to make Sanhok work for them.
And I mean that's the play that all of these teams have to do. So virtual gaming, the first team that we're really seeing rise to the occasion with these Sanhok games, I mean, they were absolutely on a tear yesterday. And a few of the other teams like your G3 Tempers, your Cryptics, and G3 Temper, a good team to note. You know, they're the team that we know absolutely thrives on Murmur. Long range battles, long range encounters, that's their bread and butter. But they're still making it work on Sanhok, and it's about that consistency coming through. It's about the decisions that they're making, how they're going to be tackling the game, and how they're reacting to what's happening. Because we know zones can be quite a fun thing. We saw a lot of water being involved yesterday in Sanhok, and that meant that there wasn't a lot of space, unfortunately, for these teams to really work with. But that's that consistency that comes through, and just, you know, gradually picking up those points that that helps teams like G3 Temper finding themselves currently in pole position. So it's a lot of opportunities, a lot of changes that could happen. But again, first day done and dusted. Second day is where it's at. This is where we're really going to see who are we going to potentially, you know, see go through to the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, well, before we get into our first match, of course, we've got to give another big shout out to Oppo. So, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, we can see that we are getting ready to launch into our first game, heading straight over in towards the lovely Sanhok. So today, the pressure is going to be up. The stakes are going to be up as the teams are heading straight into the jungle to duke it out for that very first match. And as we know, on the map of Sanhok itself, flight path, not too important, right? What's going to be super important, though, is where these teams look to position themselves and also then what that first initial zone does.
Oh, absolutely. And I am very curious to see if we're going to be seeing, you know, the involvement of water that we saw yesterday. Because look, Sanhok was already tiny enough. Do we really need to include, you know, the vast majority of water body that is available to just limit it a little bit more further? I'm not sure. But that's going to be up to the zone. Either way, the flight path all the way from Lakawe down towards, you know, that western side, east to west, pretty standard. And zone. Ooh. Zone a little bit more south, still quite a bit of water involved, but I don't think it's as drastic as what we saw with that northwestern side yesterday.
Yeah, at least it is a little bit more of a shift coming down towards that southern side, and this is where the teams will now have to try and see if they can dial up the performances here, keep that pressure in. Even though we are moving down towards the southern side, we're not having so much of a terrain difference coming in like we saw moving up in towards that northwestern side. So the teams have a more, I would almost say, a flattened approach, but it's not really flat because we can see there's still a lot of mountainous regions over on towards that southwestern side. But it does give them a little bit of an opportunity here to try and play these angles, because up northwest it's really unforgiving.
Nah, it's not a fun time. But I mean, I feel like we also saw a few teams unfortunately fall short with those rotations yesterday. You know, maybe making too much of an investment into, okay, where they thought the zone was going to pull. You know, we come back to that actual zone shift, and then all of a sudden it's just absolute chaos. We know we were talking about the Skittles pack that was just exploding onto Sanhok yesterday, and that's definitely what happened quite a bit on Erangel. So I'm curious to see if that's again what we're going to see with Sanhok when the space is much more constricted. Either way, so far for the time being, we're seeing a good spread of teams coming through. I do see 1 million actually taking a hold there of Bootcamp, G3 Temper a little bit spread up, right alongside Darkness, but it's not looking too crazy just for the time being. We might see next level pull up on Super Young Stars here towards Paradise, as we can see them still busy looting. But I think other than potentially Triple Esports and Blackjack Esports, I don't think we should see any hot drop fights just off spawn just yet. You know, it's still pretty calm. They still have some time to just take it easy and enjoy the jungle, as we like to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really expecting them to pull out any of those beach chairs and just go chilling somewhere, but they have a little bit more of a relaxed approach, not feeling as much pressure, at least not in this early phase of the game, right? For the time being, there's a lot of space. The teams are respecting the locations for the time being, but now they need to be a little bit more preemptive with their approaches coming into this first initial zone. As we know, they've only got three Sanhoks rather here to try and utilize today. So we want to see the teams trying to move into the zone, trying to take up those more controlling angles and have themselves fortified in defense of the rest of the lobby looking to rotate through. All right. So we already see the players from Zero Tolerance, for instance, in a good position. We've got 1 million also now set up in towards bootcamp itself, a little bit over on towards that northern side is where we see the side of the Super Young Stars, and of course next level trying to make their progress towards the zone. Super Young Stars already finding that entry point in towards the zone, and now it is just up to Lashin to try and rotate through with a little bit of that pressure coming through from the side of next level. But again, next level not really looking to get overly aggressive just yet.
No, I wouldn't expect that they'd want to over-invest into like an early engagement just yet. They want to get themselves set up. Of course, they're still outside the zone, so taking any sort of engagements outside here with all of the teams, you know, just frantically trying to get themselves in the zone might make it a little bit difficult for them later on. So perhaps for the time being, let's just keep it calm and collected, and let's get ourselves a fantastic position to start us off with. I mean, still many long rotations that have to come through here.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a few of those to potentially find their way in. But, I mean, again, it's going to be where these teams are looking to prioritize those positions, right? We do see G3 moving up just on towards the high ground here. And this could be a beautiful setup because we've got the players from Darkness down in towards None. And then over on the opposite end is where we have the players from the side there of Intruder. But they got to just try and find themselves in a strong position, looking to find a spot that they could potentially defend for the longest time possible here. Right, not quite sure what's happening now, whether or not we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, but as we can see for the time being, the team's still just taking a slow, steady approach, looking to move on through. We do see the players here from the Super Young Stars and 1 million now getting ready to just potentially exchange a few hits. Knight, Black Lost, setting themselves up in the grass, keeping a very watchful eye on the Super Young Stars before getting ready to jump into any of those potential engagements. But a lot of trigger discipline coming in here from them. They can hear and also potentially see the Super Young Stars now moving up onto the hill. But of course, now the players there from the side of Cryptics also just starting to ascend their way in towards the zone. But I'm liking this approach now coming through from 1 million. And so really starting to encircle the Super Young Stars. And this is where they need to be super cautious, because if they let that opportunity slide, they could really be kicking themselves in the butt afterwards, because 1 million, this is a beautiful opportunity now to just corner the heck out of the Super Young Stars.
And potentially Cryptics who are just behind them. So, I mean, that rotation coming through now, this is all going to come down to the decisions here made by 1 million Esports, and especially Black Lost, just snaking through the grass here, trying to find an angle to work with. So much information now being, of course, available for 1 million Esports as they try and find a way into this one. But, of course, we have to look at where's the rest of 1 million. They don't want to, start an engagement without backup ready and waiting to just help them out in case something should go wrong. So Dexter, Eflex, want to see them rotating on in, potentially getting involved in this one if they do want to take this full engagement with Super Young Stars. So, I mean, rotations coming through now. Cryptics just on that bottom line. The longer they take, of course, the more opportunity there is for that third party. And of course, no one wants to go out. No one wants to be the first team to unfortunately drop out of the first Sanhok of the day. I mean, Blackjack Esports already, dealing with a little bit of a knock thanks to Triple Esports, who have been throwing a couple of shots in, and Reverb, unfortunately, being the reciprocal of those shots for the time being. But still, not too bad of a rotation. They can take a little bit more time to try and get a little bit of a resolution onto this fight. And we do see 1 million esports now finally picking apart Super Young Stars. So they've finally taken that engagement and started looking for those eliminations, which is absolutely crucial here. You want to pick up as many points as you can, and then just focus on to those positions later on. You can see here, 1 million, just snaking around, trying to find the rest of Super Young Stars. They've managed to take out 2, but there's still 2 remaining, just looking for a little bit of revenge, especially with Cryptics coming up right behind them. Absolutely crucial position for them, of course, because Zone, just along the high rise, they can take a little bit of a longer rotation in, maybe even head towards Quarry. Plenty of space that way. They just need to get out of the crosshairs of 1 million esports. As we can see, that Zone slowly but surely going to be closing up on, with Mad Knights just trying to get into Zone, and that Zone actually heading a little bit more south, which means rotations are going to be fun. They're going to be so fun.
Yeah, but I'm liking this shift coming in from the zone. It's definitely allowing the teams a little bit more of an opportunity to really dial in those plays. And now, speaking about dialing it in, players here from Team Myth are going to be looking to get right down to business, stepping up with a bit of aggression onto the side here of G3. And I mean, at this point, I don't want to be a team like G3 because we've got so many teams starting to move into position surrounding them. I mean, as you can see, G3 is situated currently right down below. But we see the team there from Intruder starting to move up as well. Myth are really starting to spread themselves out, trying to cover as many of these angles as they can. And it being Sanhok making noise is going to draw the attention of so many other teams that could also now come in to just try and investigate those engagements and those shots that they are hearing. So we do see the team there from Next Level also moving a little bit closer, as well as Darkness. But all the way up north, this is where the Super Young Stars and Cryptics now find themselves in a bit of a back and forth.
Ooh, a little bit of a back and forth indeed. I mean, this is absolutely juicy here for Cryptics, of course. They're also currently finding themselves as a duo to work with here. So picking up a few eliminations like this could really go a long way for them on the Sanhok, as the rest of their placements are not guaranteed whatsoever. Now, of course, Senke here up close and personal on Cronboy, taking the long way around. And unfortunately, the drop from Senke is good. Finding that confirmation there onto Cronboy, now leaving, unfortunately, Super Young Stars to go right back to the lobby and wait for the next game to come through. So a beautiful engagement here from Cryptics to take just a few eliminations into the rest of the Sanhok. But of course, there's still plenty of teams that are looking for a piece of the action.
Yeah, and they're going to be continuing to try and find their piece of the action. I'm liking this approach coming in from this idea of Intruder. But, trying to see if they can find any of those angles to potentially get a jump onto the players here from Darkness, because they were initially coming in towards the direction there of G3, but decided to rather rotate a little bit over on towards that eastern side, just repositioning themselves. But they've also now gone into that 2-2 split, as we can see a good maneuver coming through from them, but hopefully they will be able to execute that with near perfect precision. But also now, talking about those executions coming in, we do see the players here from the side of Unique as well as Zero Tolerance. Both teams about to get into a bit of an exchange here. Skydo really separated from the rest of the team, but we do see the rest of the players there starting to rotate up. We do have Vortex and the likes now just looking to fortify the position we see Skydo currently in.
Ooh, it would be an opportune moment here for Zero Tolerance if they could find an angle into this one. Currently, they've got their backs there towards that center zone, but now Team Unique, rolling up. Phantom right behind Skydo, might be going for a little bit of a flank here as Lord gets taken down. And now Skydo turning their back, unfortunately not expecting Scap there to just, throw a couple of bullets their way. So all of a sudden, in the nick of time, Zero Tolerance drop 1 and potentially 2. Now it's Vortex and Hates who have to try and recover the situation here, but of course Team Unique not looking to let up the pressure anytime soon. Phantom coming through, finding Vortex, but Oh, saving grace. That is SWAT 69 just on the high rise, throwing a couple of shots and trying to be a little bit of a third party here. So for the time being, zero tolerance. They have an opportunity here to maybe reset, either get back into this engagement and get a little bit of revenge, or just disengage and get into safety.
Yeah, but definitely SWAT 69, they have to now look to apply the pressure constantly because they need those points, right? They come hello high water. They need to push today to bring in the required points to make it through. And if that means that they are coming through with third party upon third party, be my guest, step up, do exactly that. But they have to now do whatever is required. And unlike the plays are coming through here between the side of Unique and Zero Tolerance, we do see Phantom also
Oh,
now stepping forward, picking up a few of those eliminations, getting those confirmations through, and it is looking quite worrying for the side of Zero Tolerance, and it has now come down to Lord to try and hold up the assault coming through from Unique.
oh, no, no, no. This is not how they would have wanted this to go. Because they were looking good for that engagement, but then Team Unique, just with that absolutely beautiful flanking maneuver, came through and really made this fight go in their favor for the time being, at least. We'll see how Lord might be able to get out of this one. And I say might because, of course, the zone closing does mean many of the teams rotating into that same position and potentially quite a heavy northern rotation as well. As we can see, Mad Knight and 1 Million have found one another. And they have a few words to share, especially since Dexter is down and unfortunately getting chunked by the blue zone.
Yep, not a lot of options coming through here, but I'm liking the position coming through here from Mad Knight, right? They got a beautiful angle. Should they decide to try and rush up into a zone, they can either go through ruins or they could just try and push straight through 1 million. I don't think they're going to try and push straight through 1 million, but definitely a little bit of a worrying play for both these teams because it is that third phase blue zone. It's not the most potent blue zone, but it is just really eating away those health bars. And Kingerman now trying to rotate forward, trying to see if they can sneak their way up. But a quick stop being put to that. Now, this is where 1 million have to try and prioritize getting that rotation pulled off because the more time they spend in the blue, the more they spend sipping on the blue zone, the more challenging it is going to be for them to make it through because we see blue zone is not waiting around for anybody. It is now continuing its efforts, moving further and further forward, and already 1 million 500 meters away from zone. It doesn't seem like much, but on a map like Sanhok, it's easy to get distracted with these plays out in the blue zone, and before you know it, blue zone comes swooping through and it sends you right back into the lobby. Now we turn to a little bit more of the contention happening over on towards the southern side, which is going to be the players here from Triple Esports, Umbra, and then also we have Blackjack right there up in the mix. There's another team also moving through right behind them. So 4 teams looking to fight for a bit of a potential player. This is going to be tough, but we can see, of course, it is going to be the players there from the side of Cryptics now coming in with a bit of a swim over on towards the safe zone. The next phase now shifting all the way up towards the north, and this is where Unique find themselves in a very unique position.
As well as Lord, who is still trying desperately to make sure they can stay alive, hopefully, for Zero Tolerance. As we can see, the feed now lighting up with Darkness and Mad Knights, who have found one another, and we are still waiting to see what's going to happen here between Blackjack, Triple Esports, and Team Umbra, with Cryptics just watching from the sidelines for the time being. We don't know when they're going to get involved into this little altercation going on here, but of course, as we know, that zone shift coming through does mean that the teams need to prioritize those rotations. They need to get themselves into fantastic positions as you've mentioned, Sanhok, it can catch you. You know, it's pretty slow, pretty relaxed, because you know it's so much easier to rotate on through, and then you get distracted and all of a sudden you find yourself unfortunately relying on those heal strats, because what other options do you have if you're left behind? Now taking a look at this, Triple Esports, they've been doing some damage. You know, they still got all their members alive. Same can be said here for Umbra, but Blackjack Esports, they're the team that are looking to stay quiet. Maybe let Morteza go down and then maybe they can get involved.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that approach though, but they can't wait too long, expend too much time before getting it down to business. And we do see them now looking to strike up behind the players here from Triple Esports, with that bringing in a beautiful, beautiful squad wipe. That is what we love to see. 4 eliminations now on the board for the side of Blackjack, and a very wounded Team Umbra positioned just up ahead of them. So some good plays coming through, but Umbra now having an opportunity to get that reset. G3 now having to pack their bags and make their way back into the lobby. Myth, meanwhile, is going to be looking to apply the pressure now onto the players here from 1 million. And up comes those hits as Broly sends a beautiful grenade in. Knight now
Ooh.
cooking one up just outside, but Broly is not even going to be too phased by that as he rushes straight on forward, putting an end to 1 million's play in this game. Now the pressure is on because we do see the players there from Darkness also just playing it up on the hill. Farok even on the opposite end, now trying to get all the way towards Lord there from Zero Tolerance. So a very confident approach, right? Coming through from the players here of Myth.
And I mean, I don't blame them. They had to deal with G3 Temper and then immediately dealt with 1 million. So it's going good for them so far. But Farok, be careful. There's a snake in the grass and their name is Lord. Looking to just get a little elimination out here, especially for Zero Tolerance to try and stay into this one. Just pick up any points as possible. And Lord actually managing to do so. So Myth, unfortunately, going to have to say goodbye to Farok. And Lord, of course, I mean... Unfortunately, you know, just shouting and screaming, hey, I'm here, but at least picking up an elimination to boot. Now, that zone still favoring both Team Unique and Lord, of course, as we can see, but Myth just on the edge, just on the cusp of getting into safety. But look at that southern rotation coming through, that southern migration even coming through from the rest of the teams.
Yeah, and it's going to be a chaotic migration, if I can say that. But so many teams now starting to fall all over the place. We are down to our final 10. Lusail now also positioned all the way down on towards the southern side, finding a beautiful angle on towards next level. And Wanted now looking to get what they wanted, which is going to be a few more of those eliminations. Chico, however, is going to get picked up in the exchange here. Salam and Watson also now just trying to stay ahead of that Blue Storm, which is nipping at their heels. But Myth, they're not done just yet. They're not going to let anyone hold a position alongside them as they look to get super aggressive, looking to just assert an insane level of dominance up in towards the zone. And with that, they quickly just rip into the players there from Lusail and, of course, next level. But Broly now getting traded off as Team Umbra back their backs. And here we have now next level trying to make a bit of a stand. But it is going to be a difficult one because we can see Unique now also starting to venture a little bit further forward. And next level now getting caught in a bit of an uncomfortable position here. We can see so many teams still surrounding them.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone just vying for a position here in the zone. And it's absolute chaos. You can see Lusail trying to rotate through the blue zone, but right into next level they go. And right to a Lars Crosse, but a beautiful trade coming through. Thanks to the nades. Now all of a sudden, this contention between Lusail and next level has turned up a little bit of a notch here. Salam trying to find Azar here. Nice little connection there, but the drop down from Azar might be good. Not yet. Next level gets sent packing. Lusail Esports still in this one for the time being. As we know, many of the other teams still making rotations. Now Darkness feeling the brunt of the action, thanks to Intruders, of course.
Yeah, we even saw the players there from Myth also now getting sent away, and it's a little bit devastating, but still, they cause so much carnage in this lobby. And with that, it is our final 5 teams. 2 teams already having a position set up in this phase, right? It is going to be the side of Darkness and Intruder almost having that angle. We can see them just on the edge, just on the cusp of making it into this next phase. Unique and Lusail are still going to be fighting it out, trying to rotate up from that southern side. But SWAT 69, they are still alive. They are still in it. They are looking to bring in those placement points. And I said we wanted to see them improve, and it's like they heard our prayers. And that is exactly what they're looking to bring into this very first start of the day. But now, pressure continues to mount. We see Phantom trying to laser them down from out in the blue zone, getting caught up by the tree. Is this going to be the end for Phantom? What? There we go. Sabir stepping up with a beautiful assist, just helping that blue zone find those last absolutely devastating heads into the players there. But now it is down to our final 4. So Unique getting sent off, not before causing a little bit of damage, but now SWAT 69 on 2 players. Well, that's, of course, if they can pull off the rest. We got the Intruder just riding it out with their 3 players zone, shifting up right in between everyone. So they're going to have to apply that pressure. They're going to have to try and advance their way forward, looking to secure any of those positions. The only team that is still to find a position in this next phase is going to be the players there from the side of SWAT 69. And now they've only got a few seconds left on the clock before Blue Zone starts forcing them to now come up with a strategy to get back into that zone.
And it'll be unfortunately going right between Intruders and Lusail. Lusail, they have very good visibility of SWAT 69. They, threw a couple of nades there just to get that engagement. And you can see Salam here holding the line, is going to find one, looks for the second, but has to reposition because that zone can be deadly. And unfortunately, that's going to be SWAT 69 confirmed out. We're down to our top 4 Intruders now coming on into the zone with a beautiful position. But of course, Darkness taking advantage of the chaos to snake on in as well. Potentially with a little bit of a flank and some nades could make this very difficult for Lusail.
Yeah, they got to try their very, very best. And Hemo here now coming through with a beautiful play on towards Salam, picking them up, sending them back. And now Chico, the last remaining hopeful for the side of Lusail, is going to try and just ride out this position. But I'm liking the approach coming through here from Intruder. Definitely starting to spread themselves out through this phase. But the zone has popped up once again. They have to now continue to advance even further forward. With that, Lusail getting traded off. It is down to Momin. And, Atleno coming through from the side of Darkness, going up against the players from Int. We can see now it is going to be Hemo trying to come in for the res. Weiss now looking to find those angles. Just trying to assess the zone, trying to see which way they could potentially try and push it. Moment beautifully set up in the zone, but I'm liking this off-angle play coming through from Atleno. But unfortunately, Themo comes through with the hits, and it now turns to Moment to try and hold up. It is going to be a 1v3 rush. Up comes Intruder. Are they going to lock it in? Oh, yes, indeed, they do. Absolutely fantastic performance coming in for the players there from Intruder as they pick up the winner chicken dinner, the first one here for the day.
Oh, absolutely fantastic performance coming through from them. And this is what you would want. This is what you would want from a team like Intruders, who unfortunately didn't make it into the first Super Weekend and are desperately needing to pick up this point. Same can be said for SWAT 69, who also made it into that top 5. Not too sure with how many eliminations, but they made a couple of head turns, and unfortunately for the heads that they made turn, that meant elimination. So good work from them. We're going to see how those points are going to reflect at, of course, a little bit later, but I think it's not a bad start. It's the first Sanhok. It's not too bad.
Yeah, so very much needed points being acquired in there, right? So I got to commend the players there from SWAT 69. Yes, they didn't finish with the chicken, but they made it all the way into, I believe it was 5th place, 4th place, and they also got sent back with 6 eliminations. Now, at the end of the day, that is what counts. They are bringing in points. Will it be enough points to see them getting pushed far up that leaderboard? It could potentially be. But we also saw a really strong push come through there from the players of Intruder, right? They haven't had the opportunity to play in a Super Weekend just yet, but based on what we've been seeing coming in from this first match, they are super eager to try and make it up into a Super Weekend. So all we got to see is the players that they brought into this match from all the teams, looking to now just evolve them even more so, moving into the final 2 remaining Sanoks here for the day.
No, it's definitely going to be a good opportunity for many of these teams. And I think already the way that we're starting, we're seeing a few of those other teams, the names that we didn't get to see yesterday, start picking it up, right? Start picking up those points, start making it to those top 5s, top 6, whatever they need to. And especially start picking up more eliminations, which is crucial. We said just gradually picking up points is better than nothing. Of course, we know that. But of course, that big game coming through from many of these other teams like Lusail, like, potentially there was a few other teams that could also have taken it. That really makes a difference for them. And it really gives them an opportunity to take that leap up the rankings, which we know can be devastating for the other teams.
But that's what we love to see, right? So Sanhok bringing in an absolutely fantastic opportunity. Like it's especially great for teams that don't have a very strong Murmur, right? They don't have to worry about that too much now in this week. But today, they can focus all their efforts on getting themselves set up. Speaking about getting themselves set up, let's have a look at a few of the highlights coming in from this past match. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming through in that match. And I gotta say, I'm proud to see how the teams are stepping it up. I mean, we said this before, right? The teams being very deserving of being here, and we'd love to see everyone have that opportunity to make their way through up in towards that super weekend. And of course, now let's move over in towards our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to lock in after this very first match of the day. And of course, INTRUDER Africa sitting right up there with 22 points on the board. Lusail Esports hard on their heels, coming in with those 9 eliminations, bringing them on a grand total of 19 points. But a beautiful performance coming in from SWAT 69, bringing in 14 points for themselves. And that is what we want to see. It is a great start to this final day of league play for them.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm hoping that this is going to continue. I don't want this just to be great starts and then it, trickles down. So I want to see a little bit more coming through from SWAT 69 as we progress during the day. And that can be said for all of the teams. They want to put their best push forward for today because it's the last opportunity they have to qualify for Super Weekend. So, I mean, not too bad in terms of distribution of points. I do like the distribution of eliminations that we know and love thanks to Sanhok. Thank you very much for those close quarter combats. But going on to the next page, we can see some of the teams who unfortunately fell victim to some of those earlier rotations. We also saw, teams like G3 Temper running straight into, I believe it was Team Myth, alongside, 1 Billion Esports, and it wasn't a good time for them, as we can see, sitting unfortunately at the bottom, alongside Triple Esports, who also found themselves in a bit of a three-way contention there. I think we had Cryptics involved. We also had many other teams involved, like Blackjack Esports, looking for those eliminations. So again, the shoulder-to-shoulder fights were absolutely crazy. The third party is absolutely crazy, what we would expect from Sanhok. But I don't think it's too bad of a start for some of these teams. So for the time being, these are some of the rankings that are going to be shifting a little bit. I think especially for Lusail, who are being consistent in picking up those points.
Yeah, and some very, very much needed points being brought in there. But of course, tell us what your thoughts are on that. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. Search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa and tell us what your thoughts are of the progression of the teams so far. Who do you think will be those 16 teams moving through into our second super weekend? So far, I think it's quite difficult to say, so best of luck. We don't know just yet, but it's going to be quite interesting to find out who those teams will be. Everyone definitely so far looking to try and step up to the challenger, and so far we also know that we have had one group sitting out on this very first match. That was, of course, the players coming in from Group E. They'll be joining us in the next match, so be sure to stay tuned. I'll be with you guys right back after the break. Hi, how are you doing today?
Feeling good, and you?
That's great. Listen, please introduce yourself and your team.
My name is Tom, undefeated overseas, and my team name is Sanhok, the winner of first PMCO in Africa.
Well, there we go. Pretty big title to be holding up then. Now, first off, I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now, just before the event starts?
I'm gonna say I'm feeling confident, like excited as well, like because this is the first time we're having like a PMPO in Africa, so I'm really excited for the event.
Well, I'm also quite excited to see what the event's going to bring. Now, I want to ask you, have there been any changes to your team compared to the team you had last year?
Oh yeah, pretty much. We just recruited like 2 new members to our team, Zeus and Plaza.
Ooh, well, that sounds quite interesting. Now, what are your expectations of your team going into the upcoming PMPL season?
We're very much confident and we're very excited for the new PMPL, and we just want to show people our skills and try our best to win.
Oh, there we go. Nothing wrong with that. Now, I want to ask you a little bit of a tricky question, right? What is your ultimate goal or ambition?
My goal is to reach PMGC and try to, qualify for the finals. That's my main goal.
Oh, well, setting the bar relatively high on that one. Now, what kind of preparations did you guys go through before coming to the PMPL?
We've been playing a lot of scrims, classics, and TDMs against each other, and we've been trying our best to improve ourselves individually, and yeah, we're pretty much just training every day.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This, of course, is our final day for the second week of league play. First match done and dusted. An absolutely fantastic start coming in there. But now, as we're getting ready to move into our second match, this is where we're going to start heating up. And speaking about heating up, we want to give a big shout out there to Nemo TV, the PUBG 2022 official streaming platform partner. Now, as we're getting ready to move into this match, we do see that flight path, of course, all the way up towards the northern side. But this is where it's going to be a little bit more challenging for the teams that we know that like to frequent those more positions, and a lot of those alternative drop locations are going to be utilized in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Masters is one of the teams that comes to mind. Next Level is one of the teams that comes to mind. Intruder, one of the teams that come to mind. Not all of them necessarily playing, but definitely for a team like Masters, who we know frequent that military island quite often, as well as, I mean, 1 million. We know G3 Temper also love to go farm. They absolutely love to go farm when they couldn't go a certain other place that they also quite enjoy. So unfortunately, those alternate positions are going to come through, and I'm not sure. Maybe the teams are a little bit more comfortable on this side of the map. Maybe not. We'll see how the performances are going to come through and how that zone is going to force them to make some potentially tough decisions. But a decent spread starting it already. Of course, Virtual Gaming and I believe Team Unique, or finding themselves there close towards that northern side for the time being. But the zone behaving for the time being nice and central, giving many opportunities to the rest of the team for some rotations.
Yeah, and we can see, of course, the players there from Masters, as well as YONKOUS, Virtual Gaming, and Slime for Getty now joining us up into our second match of the day with 4 teams sitting out, Intruder Africa and the likes. But this is where the pressure is going to be on, right? Because we did see Lusail now way to the top of the leaderboard just after that very first match. And of course, you also see the results right at the top of the screen if you didn't have an opportunity to quick look at those. But now, up north, it is going to be a pressure cooker situation here. We've got Team Unique, we've got the players here from Virtual Gaming, and what I'm interested to see here is what the players from Virtual Gaming are going to be bringing in. Yesterday, we saw quite a bit of aggression coming through from their end, but are they now going to be able to not only apply the aggression, but also bring in those placement points to kind of try and balance it out?
Yeah, look, they were fantastic with the aggression yesterday, especially on Sanhok. They really picked up some huge elimination points. One of the teams to frequently get up to 8 or 9 eliminations, and the first team, or sometimes the only team, to do so. But then those placement points, as you said, they fell a little bit short. It was 1, then it was 5. It wasn't looking too great. But now they have an opportunity to maybe balance that out, or potentially, eliminations is all that they're really worried about. It depends on the strategy that these teams are applying, of course, to League Week. At the end of the day, they want to do well enough to get themselves into Super Weekend. So that's the goal here. That is the goal. Get yourself into top 16 and make sure at least that you give yourself a little bit of a buffer zone here. Team Unique, we know frequently in Severny, I mean, they practically need to get it maybe like a roadwork, maybe a sign, I don't know, a flag that they can just go and stamp. Either way, I always see them here. So I know that they're comfortable with the position, but I mean, they've been challenged for the spot maybe 2-3 times.
Yeah, not all too often, but I mean, the stakes are going to be high, right? No matter how you look at it, the teams will have to try and keep the pressure up. Yes, Virtual Gaming currently sitting up in 8th place with the 41 points locked in, and then of course the players coming in here from the side of Unique now moving themselves up into 12th place. We just saw at the top of the screen. So a few interesting positions can still come from this, but as we look onto where the rest of position, I mean, we've got Masters, Mad Knight, Blackjack, 1 million, all sitting on the exact same amount of points, 20, right? SWAT 69, 2 points behind them. Next Level, 3 points behind. And then, of course, we got the Super Young Stars, 8 points behind. So, it's going to be tough. I mean, all the way from 13th place, 20th place, we're going to be seeing a lot of shifting coming in there between the teams that find themselves in position. So if you're one of those teams, you got to keep your focus on all the way. You got to play as good of a game as you can, looking to ensure some late plays, making it up into those very late phases, because we know that's where the placement points lie, right? They lie in those very late phases, and on your way into those later phases, those later stages of the game, you're going to have to try and bring in those eliminations as well. So fortunately for Unique, and of course the players coming in here from Virtual, this could be that opportunity for them to lock in of those potential eliminations.
And you were talking about other positions, you know, Team YONKOUS and Team Umbra finding themselves very close to one another, and YONKOUS above that threshold, Team Umbra not necessarily. But we were talking about this contention, and here is the final trigger. Virtual Gaming now looking for those confirmations onto Unique, but unfortunately it's a 1-for-1 trade as they look at a little bit of a different approach into this one. So I mean, equal opportunity for both teams to pick up some beautiful eliminations, and I love how equal this engagement is.
Yeah, of course, we do see Zeus now getting traded off. There it is, Stocks, who is down for the time being on the side here of Virtual. But look at this, Alpha Luigi looking to explore the options a little bit more. Now, Slike getting traded off. Now, Chills taking a little bit of damage. I'm liking this approach coming in from Alpha Luigi, but will they be able to close it up and get that confirmation in? Chills now trying frantically to improve that health bar, but it's not going to be needed as Alpha Luigi puts a quick stop to that scope. Now also feeling the pressure up alongside Phantom. We're just trying to hold on to this attic position, but Petrox and the rest of the players here from the side of Virtual Gaming not going to be letting them get us yet, and I'm expecting to potentially see a nade getting sent up through that little window we can see on the side, but well, it doesn't seem like they're even too bothered by that as they come rushing straight on forward, putting the hits up into the side of Team Unique and putting top. But fortunately, Unique, they were able to find that one elimination, so they're not going back empty-handed.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, placement's not looking great, but at least they got that one elimination. And Zeus had to, unfortunately, be sacrificed for the 4 points that Virtual Gaming now find themselves. But this is what we were saying. Virtual Gaming, fantastic with the engagement that we've seen in the last, few matches. For this league week, they really have just shifted it up, taken a new dynamic approach, and I'm loving it. I don't know if this is the exact same approach they're obviously going to bring in to potentially if they come back for Super Weekend, but either way, for the time being, their engagements have been so clean. Maybe losing out a player here and there, but ultimately taking team wipes after team wipes. So very, very good work from them. We'll see how they do with placements going into the rest of this Erangel. Now, turning our attention to many of the other teams that have to make the rotation. Slime4 KT here towards Yasnaya Poliana, and right next to Cryptics as well. And again, we mentioned this earlier. Umbra and YONKOUS right up against each other, and so far YONKOUS is the team that's feeling the brunt of the action.
But it's not only them. Everyone now starting to just converge on towards that more centralized portion in the zone. Umbra now, of course, going to be trying to capitalize on their position, just raking in a few of those eliminations at the cost of YONKOUS. But that's the position that we see being played here. And, of course, Zero Tolerance now looking to move in right alongside them. So this is definitely where the teams have to play this very, very cautiously, as we can see. YONKOUS now getting quite a few devastating blows being dealt to the side of them. But the pressure is going to be high because we got Umbra, we got YONKOUS holding these positions. We got G3 a little bit further down towards the southern side. We've got the players there from the Masters. We've got Myth. We've got name. They're almost here. So it's a really tough position to play in, particularly looking at Wedding, which is pretty much headshot hills. It's a tough one to play.
No, it absolutely is. I mean, pixel precision is really where we want to come through. But as you mentioned, it is the Skittles back here towards Headshot Hills, right up between Pachinki and, of course, School. So some massive rotations towards that center part of the zone. And obviously, you know why? The teams want an easier rotation when that zone shift comes through. The zone has been a little misbehaved over the last couple of matches. So they want to be prepped and ready for the wrench in the works that Erangel will inevitably throw their way. So I understand it. I don't know how it's going to work with all of the teams in that center, but we'll see what that zone shift has to say about that. So, of course, Masters down towards the south, and they're going to be happy for the time being, as well as the Skittles pack that we see, because everyone, for the most part, in the zone, it's only really Darkness, Slime4 KT, Cryptics, Virtual Gaming, and Lusail who have to make a little bit of a rotation.
Yeah, a very comfortable shift coming in from that zone as we see a little bit on towards the side. But the Masters in a good position all the way down south. They can just ride this out, right? They can just sit there and wait. It's like, okay, fine. You know what? Let the teams fight it out up north. Wait for those later phases to come through, and then with a few additional placement points to add to that. But now, right back into the fight. It is going to be Morteza and the players here from Umbra that find those hits up onto the side there of YONKOUS. But as we can see, Zero Tolerance not going to be letting them just get away with that one all too easily. But PRZ and the players here from Umbra, they're looking to make a bit of a stand. Yes, there was a bit of a trade-off coming through as we saw the knocks making their way towards Umbra, but it is still quite a bit of a ranged engagement, right? Nothing 100% locked in. So beautiful exchange now coming through as we have Morteza getting knocked out, and now also the knock hitting straight over on towards the side there of Zero Tolerance. So it does seem to be relatively fair. I mean, Hate's getting traded off, and now it is up to the rest of Zero Tolerance to try and see if they can find those to get a bit of a jump on the team of Umbra. But the rotations now starting to make their way on through. Shadowwind looking for a quick reposition. Not even going to be trying to take a cautious approach. Comes rushing straight alongside them. And this is what we like to see, because on their ranged assaults, accuracy a little bit more difficult to dial in. When you're up close and personal, I mean, it is a Sanhok, so why not just get straight into the close quarter engagements?
Absolutely, and I love the approach Team Umbra is coming through with a little bit of a distraction thanks to the vehicle, and Shadowin using the cover to absolute perfection, but they need to be careful. They got that res up onto Hate, so Zero Tolerance is back into this one for the time being. They've got some members here to work with, and they're trying to use it to the best of their abilities. Morteza now down, confirmation just narrowly missing the mark, but wasted in Shadowin, now trying to find an option here to get back into it, and out of the buggy goes PRZ, trying to find something here. Hate once again down. It's Vortex, it's Lord, now left for Zero Tolerance to try and hold on to this contention. And you can see that Team Umbra, they know what they did. They got a knock. They want to get that confirmation. So you can see the buggy play coming on through. It's going to be Shadow and popping out, just getting a little bit of information and giving that to the rest of the team. Oh, designated driver, hello, welcome. Vortex goes out, and for the count, going to be getting 0 stars for that Uber ride right now. And of course, it just keeps going. Shadowin, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty interesting approach that they are taking here. Hates, of course, on, but now we see Lord quickly repositioning, falling back on towards that sunken city. Now it is going to be a tough one for Lord as he gets taken up to Hates, but unfortunately wasted, lays waste to them, and with that, Zero Tolerance have to pack their bags. I'm surprised to see that Morteza is still up. Even though they've been able to bring in 70 eliminations, Morteza has just been a little bit of a bullet magnet, as we saw that knock and that re-knock coming through. But now they've got to be careful, because up comes Virtual Gaming, looking to move in. Morteza, again, taking the damage. You might want to have that looked at. Maybe go go to a doctor or something, because yeah, it's strange. But either way, it's working out for the side of Umbra. What's also now going to be interesting is that zone shift continuing further down south. We see the Masters, they've now rotated up from the south. They find themselves relatively players there from, of course, Myths holding their position. We got Triple Esports there. We got Blackjack just on the edge. Super Young Stars now coming in with those rotations. So this is where the teams are looking to quickly try and lock in those positions, while the rest of the lobby now comes through with the rotations. And this is where positioning is going to be absolutely key once again.
Yeah, I like the position here coming through from Mad Knight. They have a nice little high rise there to work with. It's just going to be about those positions. As we know, teams are going to flock to any open spot they can find. And if that spot isn't open, well, they might make it open, and that will be running right through you as well. Now, of course, still many teams that have to find some sort of an angle to work with here with this zone. Of course, most of it looking at a little bit of water action, so not a lot of space, as you would want on this potential shift. But Darkness, of course, setting themselves up here, just trying to find a couple eliminations, as, of course, Morteza, as you said, just the bullet magnet today for Team Umbra. Once again, first it was Zero Tolerance, now, of course, it is Darkness. But many teams finding some beautiful opportunities here to get involved. And I mean, Virtual Gaming, they've actually taken quite a long rotation, so they didn't quite yet get involved with Team Umbra, who are currently running right past Darkness and Slime 4KT. And you see G3 Tempo and Triple, right? Cryptics is right behind them.
Yeah, like you got to play this position, right? We see the players here from G3 holding the high ground. We see Triple holding the high ground. But G3 not fully situated within the zone. They have to still try and push a little bit further, looking to get that position kind of locked in. But they're going to be quick about it because, as you said, Cryptics right behind them. And Cryptics now could potentially be rotating up into the beautiful opening we have on western side. So it could be some smooth sailing moving forward for them. Meanwhile, over on towards the coastline, it is going to be Lusail, the players here from Mad Knight, and of course the Super Young Stars fighting for a controlling position, with Lusail and Mad being in the immediate engagement. So you can see those utilities getting cooked up. Chico already getting knocked out onto the side of Lusail. But are they going to be able to try and just leverage this? Because some beautiful strats coming through here from the Beast. Trying to bring in a few of those preemptive hits. Potentially trying to get that knock. But Watson just trying to get a bit of a lay of the land here, right? Trying to see which potential angles they could be playing. But a beautiful 2-2 swing in from Mad Knight.
Yeah, that nade was cooked to absolute perfection. There goes Kingerman, and now all of a sudden the nades keep coming on through for Lusail. The Beast is down. Agent 47 now scrambling to try and get that res coming through. But of course, Lusail, they have an opportunity to push on forward. They've got 2 knocks. They're looking for a little bit more. Tyson just trying to resolve the solution there with Kingerman. And now that 2-2 split coming through here from Lusail as they push on into the building. But they're in the wrong side. We have to go a little bit underground to find the members here of Mad Knight. Nades are going to be cooked and prepped and ready for this one. Oh, that might be it. You can see Agent 47 go down. It's the Beast now trying to stay alive. But look at the mollies. Where do you go in this one? Into the fire. Not a good opportunity. And unfortunately, Mad Knight now finding themselves down to a bit of a duo situation. The res has come through. But still, they have to deal with the entirety of Lusail that are hot on the momentum here of some eliminations.
And don't forget about Cryptics. Up they come, looking to crash the Tyson, trying to quickly escape there. Meanwhile, Lusail going to be dealing some of those devastating blows. But Tyson now putting up a good defense. El Chapo trying to push in. Senke's vehicle getting blown up. El Chapo getting down. And with that, from Mad Knight, find their way right back into the lobby. But it has been an absolutely beautiful roll coming through from the side here of Lusail. We saw those 2 chickens being piled up just yesterday. They are going to be looking to pile up even more. Now Blackjack looking to push in, finds a quick shot right onto Carry Boy. Loving the reaction speed here. But now look at this. Marshall having to retreat up into, let's call it a bunker for the time being. And of course, Darkness and the Super Young Stars also finding themselves in quite an interesting position. But look at that. The shots now rolling in. The Virtual Gaming team just reaching all the way across from over into the northern side. Speaking about north, few teams yet to rotate in, but things are looking pretty hot and heated right here in the zone as the fighting continues.
Once again, in the center, it's an absolute chaos, an absolute flurry of teams flocking to try and find an angle here. Darkness, of course, has been dealing with a little bit of pressure, but so far they're trying to get a resolution here. T'Challa now rotating up, trying to get the res onto Convoy before those final shots come through so that they can still at least find themselves in a 3v3. And same can be said here for Darkness, who also have to get those 2 reses off. It's Whiskey now to try and hold off the onslaught coming through from 0 Young Stars. But we also know Cryptics is just behind them. Blackjack just behind them. Virtual Gaming could get involved at any time. With Umbra now being taken out, there's plenty of opportunities for these teams to make their rotations and start picking up those eliminations. T'Challa now, nice little bit of a line of sight with the rotation coming through. But they still need to get a resolution to this. If they can hold the hill, they might be finding themselves a fantastic central position here for the zone. A couple of trees to work with, a couple of high ground to work with. So it could be a fantastic start for them. But do not forget about the rest of the teams. As we can see, those rotations now coming through. Slime 4KT picking up G3 Temper. It's absolute chaos.
Yep, and I want to point out Umbra, right? 11 eliminations, right? They went to town on the teams up in that northern side, and unfortunately they weren't able to make it into the next phase successfully. But the pressure now going to continue to build as we see Slime rolling in from the north, come behind the plays here from Darkness. Super Young Stars still caught in a very uncomfortable position. Marshall is not going to be budging just yet. We can see him, of course, just looking around. But the nates now getting sent out here from the Super Young Stars, looking to pick up those hits. But Aimer not even going to be waiting around for that as 4KT apply the pressure as they see the on to the players there from Darkness. Atleto having to pack their bags. The zone shifting over on towards that eastern side, and this is where things are going to get pretty dang difficult. Of course, Virtual Gaming up on the north. Beautiful setup they've got, but now where's the fight's going to be? Because so many teams still positioned on this edge. Pressure is now going to turn to the players there from Blackjack as well as Super Young Stars and Darkness, as they are now having to defend their positions from those rotations coming through. But of course, well, it is going to be a pretty tough one for Whiskey Roman. We saw them getting raised on up. Will they be able, though, to make enough of a stand to cause a nice, lovely dent into the side here of the Super Young Stars?
That's going to be the question coming through. And of course, with all of the noise that's being made, it just gives an opportunity for Slime 4KT to pull on up to Super Young Stars looking for a dent of their own. And our moment just from that from that back line going to be finding at least one onto Slime 4KT, but not for long as Darkness gets taken out. Now their attention turns to Cronboy and Lash, and the last remaining hopefuls here for Super Young Stars that are all of a sudden feeling a little bit of the taste of their own action as they potentially get themselves outnumbered. But Slime 4KT, they can unfortunately thank Darkness for a little bit of a mismatch of numbers that they see themselves in. It's just Plaza and Aimer that have to work to get past Super Young Stars, because that zone shift pulls towards Myth. They have to move into zone. They have to get through these teams if they want safety. And right now, Super Young Stars nicely spread out to try and work with the contention. But Triple Esports, oh no, we're talking about Cronboy. Look at the angles that they have to work with here. We're down to 8 teams remaining.
It is looking absolutely devastating, right? But the teams are not going to be letting these fights go just yet. We do also see in the feed that the players there from the side of the Masters are taking several hits. They are down to only one. That is, of course, Sin, who's been able to rotate up into zone. Of course, the players here from Blackjack are going to be trying on to a bit of a controlling position on the edge of the west. Up comes Lusail, also now looking to push on through, but look at that, Myth picking up a quick sneaky cheeky hit right in towards the side there of Blackjack. 4KT is still applying the pressure on towards the Super Young Stars. You can see Cronboy, Charlotte down for the time being. Lashin having repositioned a little bit further inwards could be a good call, but with that, the confirmation comes through as Cronboy now get confirmed on Lusail, sneaking their way around that edge. It's really starting to spread themselves out over on towards that eastern side. So this could be some really good anticipation coming through from the side of Myth. They are yet to find any eliminations. They have had a few knocks, but not getting those confirmations locked in just yet. Meanwhile, Slime 4KT sitting on 7. That is what we love to see, but now they got to focus. They got to keep on Cryptics, of course, getting traded off there as Marshall was forced to rotate the blue zone, not leaving them with many other options. But now, still, a lot of contention coming in on this western side. But things are easing up a slight tad bit as the zone has moved up in towards that western direction.
Yeah, it's just a little bit close towards that center position. Unfortunately for Sin, it's going to be an uncomfortable rotation to boot, but we'll see how long they can last with this one. Now, Myth moving on up into the zone with Blackjack still trying to find an angle here onto Lusail, and they at least find Watson. Now, looking for the last remaining members, as this could be an opportune moment for them to just alleviate some of the pressure that they've been feeling thanks to Lusail. And Lusail, as we know, currently they're doing fantastically with, eliminations. They're doing fantastically on the rankings. They don't really need as many points, but they would love to take it away from teams like Blackjack. So Wanted trying to find an angle here to work with. It's Zane, it's Lelouch right up ahead of them, but the time that they peek out could be the time that they take a couple of knocks, and now Lusail trying to reposition and see how they can rotate out of this one, because of course that blue zone is going to come through at some time or another, with Lashin, the last remaining from Super Young Stars, being taken out. Now, third parties, there's an opportunity here, but still, Lusail push on forward, try to find Blackjack. Where do they go?
Yeah, there's not a lot of options really here for them. And of course, Blackjack also now just feeling a little bit of that pressure, trying to get that anchor point set up, and at the same time, looking to defend this position from Lusail, who wants to push. And Blackjack, of course, being one of the teams in dire need of those points. But here we go now, the shots come through, and with that, Blackjack put a very quick stop to the advances there from Lusail. We are down to our final 5 teams. Myth, of course, now also getting a little bit closer, looking to set themselves up in the zone. Looking to show some dominance here, but Blackjack and Myth, the two riding on 4, but look at the shots here. as Moment comes peeking around the corner, finding a beautiful angle onto the players there as Reverb now gets traded off. But will we see Blackjack being able to bounce back from this? And here is going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for them, but Lelouch trying to come through with the shots, and Moment getting traded off, not before. This is just such a tough position.
I do not see how Blackjack get themselves out of this one. As we know, Myth with a beautiful line on sight right onto the remaining members. And of course, we know it's 3 teams left. Myth now looking to make that 2 as they look for the final hits on towards Blackjack, who only have 1 member remaining with that last confirmation onto MG. 4KT now staying quiet for the time being as they take position in the zone. They take a nice little high-rise position as well. So they've got great line of sight onto Team Myth, who are making a lot of noise now trying to rotate on in because they have no other choice.
Yeah, they definitely have no other choice. And Slime 4KT now going to be looking to close this out. They only have 2 players, but if they leverage these, they can lock that chicken in. And Plaza getting traded off. Farouk looking to go to town. Oh, but Aimer sends one in, stopping Farouk's advances right then and there. Zane still just sneaking their way on through, but it is now turned into an absolutely fantastic here. As we've got Myth and 4KT fighting it out for control of the high ground. Zane just sneaking their way up the edge, trying to potentially set themselves up to be a bit of a thorn in the side. The res on Farouk only coming through right now. Akram also to hold up those angles, but Aimer going at it once again, cooking up the nades, not finding the angle just yet, but is cooking up a potential next one. Sends it through. Will this be the one? Ramsey, everyone now from the side there of Myth, trying to see if they can push up in towards the zone. Oh, but Aimer getting so close. Taking aim every time. Blue zone, of course, looking to move forward as well. Myth trying to spread themselves out, but they got to be careful because Blackjack just hiding in the tall grass.
Yeah, looking for just an opportune moment here to get involved. And of course, they need to pick their moments carefully here. Zane, the last solo for Blackjack, just waiting for some sort of a trigger here between Myth and, of course, Slime 4KT. Now, Myth, as you said, spread up amongst that ridgeline, trying to find angles here on towards Aimer and Plaza, who just keep repositioning, who just keep moving to try and confuse their opponents. I mean, what else can you really do? Cover is going to be a fun one, but they need to be careful. As you could see, Zane just behind them. And for now, Team Myth haven't quite yet spotted Zane. So this is an opportune moment for Zane. If they can just stay hidden, this is great opportunity. But Myth, as the team leading the numbers game here, they are going to be the ones that have the pressure. They are the ones that have the opportunity. It's just going to be about those positions and angles.
Yeah, but look at Slime 4KT sitting with 11 eliminations to their name, up against 4 opposing players. So they have the potential of pushing that up to 15 and dropping a 30 bomb on us. But it's going to take a lot of work for them to try and lock that in. As we can see, it's only the dude. It is going to be Plaza and Aimer trying to do this here, right? Akram could assist a little bit in that, but Zane just utilizing out of that vehicle, does not want to get out in the open. But Zane currently only players situated within. I mean, Myth not having many options here. Zane sends, picks up the molly on towards Akram, and now to Farouk and Ramsey to try and make their way through the zone. The blue zone, of course, is going to start closing up on them as well, forcing them to continue to push further and further forward. Up comes Farouk. Aimer just up ahead, just trying to become one with that tree. But will this be the setup Aimer has been waiting for? They could find the angle. Akram getting traded off as well. Here we go. The confirmation coming through. So Zane still in it. But will he be in it to win it? We have no idea. But it's going to be our final snake off. And, well, one of the students here, Slime 4KT, making the way on through. The trade-off comes through. There we go. Farouk getting sent down. It is Plaza taking quite a nice chunk of health out there. But down also now goes Aimer. Plaza trying to quickly recover that. And Hazi trying to also just inch their way around. Zane's there with the confirmation onto Aimer. Plaza a bit dumbstruck from that push coming through as Zane just capitalizes on the element of surprise. But Plaza now inching their way a little bit further forward. It's going to be a 1v1v1 done.
Oh no!
Oh no! Zane picks up Ramsey up ahead. Come on. Will this be the one for Ramsey Zane to close it out? The shots come through, and oh, indeed it goes the side of Team Myth as they lock it in. And what an absolutely insane play that was. It was down to the very last moment. Absolutely crazy.
Oh, so Zane, we were talking about it, you know, picking the right opportunity to get involved, and they definitely did so. I mean, not only were they able to actually take out Slime 4KT, actually take out, you know, some of the members there of Team Myth, but they got to second place. And again, Team Myth, I mean, just absolute kudos to them for managing to just make it on through. Came down to the absolute wire, but they still picked up that winner chicken dinner. And again, we can't fault Slime 4KT. They picked up a disgusting amounts of eliminations in that Erangel.
Yeah, that was a very good play coming through there from the side of Slime 4KT. I mean, even though they didn't make it up to the winner chicken dinner, it's still going to be an absolutely fantastic match for them. And that is what we like to see, right? Teams stepping up and kind of just pushing the capabilities, or not really the capabilities, but just pushing the expectation, I'd rather say, right? Because we know Slime is a team that can perform exceptionally well. And they just reminded us of that. English, please. But it's so great to see the teams continuously changing it up. You know, we have such dominating performances coming through in the first week of league play, but in the second week, it's a completely different shift of the dynamic.
Yep, it's what we want to see. You know, we want to see that continuous improvement coming through from the teams. They had ample opportunity to go and review the VODs. They had ample opportunity, whether they were sitting out, whether they were playing, to sort of feel how the competition is changing, you know, how they are shifting, what their focuses are, and what they can do to actually combat that, which is, again, what we're seeing coming through here. And that's just going to keep going as we keep moving through the league weeks, as we keep moving through the super weekends, all the way up into our finals. So again, if you think you know who's going to be taking it, again, I threw out my stat book yesterday again because I don't trust it anymore. It's lying to me because it will. The teams are constantly pushing that envelope.
Yeah, and it's so healthy for the scene because everyone is now being forced to come up with a dynamic and an altered kind of approach, because if keep up, they're going to be falling out, right? And this is so great to see. Loving what's happening because everyone is constantly trying to just shake the table up, like the tables have been shaken. So, I mean, I think they've been shaking chairs, monitor screens, whatever you want to call it. Everything is starting to shake. And if we do feel a bit of those tremblings coming through, it's because of what the players are doing right here. So what more can we say? It has been absolutely fantastic. And of course, just to show you how fantastic this last match was, we have a few highlights lined up for you. So enjoy them and we'll see you right back. So many snakes, so many snake wranglers coming through in that last section of the game. It was so beautiful to see. But gotta say, again, a very satisfying approach coming in from all the teams made up in to lobby. And this was only the second match of the day. So some pretty exciting things. And of course, speaking about exciting, let's hop over in towards our rankings to see how many points the teams were able to lock in.
Hip hop, DK. Hip hop. We want to go take a look at these graphics. So I think there's an opportunity for many of the teams, as we've said, they can really start picking up the points. And as we know, we're getting to that. We're getting to the last point here. You know, we've got 2 matches done and dusted, only 3 left. And of course, Slime 4KT, they know that. They picked up those 22 points with that in mind. Absolutely 12 eliminations, insane performance coming through from them. Blackjack Esports, they really need to be shouting Zane's name right now, making it all the way up into second place. And of course, they did a beautiful performance there to pick up those 9 eliminations along the way as well. Only 1 point behind Slime 4KT. And of course, our winner chicken dinner team, they picked up those 4 eliminations, but only 19 points because they were staying calm and collected, focusing on those placements. You know, they weren't really involved in many of the engagements we saw early on because they had a fantastic position.
Yeah, and of course, we also saw really strong performance coming in there from the players of the side from Umbra. But now we need to see how this all impacts the overall standings. And as we move in, we can see Lusail maintaining the side up at the top. They're sitting on 78 points. Slime hot on their heels, coming in on 71. Of course, Cryptics moving into that 3rd position. Team Myths also right there up alongside them. And of course, G3 Temper also now sharing the exact same amount of points, sitting on 61. But this is what we love. Virtual Gaming finding themselves right in a strong finish. Of course, Blackjack also moving up. They started off the day being down in the bottom 4 position, and this time we see them positioned much higher up. Of course, Triple Esports also up in the mix alongside the players there from YONKOUS. Umbra coming in, and it's still, if we look at the point distribution, it is still very much neck and neck. But it's great to see the likes of Intruder Africa sitting up in that 13th position. But now, final page, these are the teams in a little bit of trouble, right? They only have so many more matches left to go, and I'm hoping to see them potentially pulling it off.
I definitely do want to see them, you know, picking up a little bit more points, especially SWAT 69. They are picking up a little bit of something. We said they started the day off with 4 points, already finding themselves on 18, so definitely making the push. But as is the rest of the teams. We saw Blackjack Esports, they were finding themselves in 17th position when we started today, now in 9th. Fantastic jump for them, and there's so much more games, well, 3 more games to come through for them to pick up as many points as they possibly can.
Yeah, some really great plays coming through, but of course we've got a few more matches to go. But before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So we are going to be taking a quick break while we get ready for our 3rd match of the day. Of course, returning right back into Sanhok. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back up. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Africa Spring Split 2022. This, of course, is our third match on our day of the second week of league play. That was a mouthful, but we got it done. We got it dusted, and of course, we're getting ready to roll through with the action. But before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, to celebrate your winning sprint with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, as we get to move into our third match, of course, this is going to be our second visit over on towards Sanhok. We'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Tell us over on social media who you think will be the teams to come in with the winner chicken dinners this time around. Head towards Facebook and Instagram. Let us know on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa page what your thoughts are. Now, we're getting ready to head straight back in towards the jungle, and I do expect things to get a little bit hot and heated and potentially a lot of uncomfortable.
Definitely coming through from that southern side flight zone. I think it's going to give plenty of opportunities for the teams, of course, to get their designated flight path, their flight drop site, all of that. But what we do know is that there are a certain few teams that really do shine on, as you said, this hot and heavy map, which is, of course, the teams that take those early engagements like Virtual Gaming, who have really been shining on this. Even Cryptics, who've been managing, those constant three-way fights. It's been very, very crazy for a few of these teams. But of course, our focus is on the teams that currently find themselves towards the bottom of that overall rankings for the league play of week 2. So, I mean, that's 1 million esports, SWAT 69, Next Level, Super Young Stars, and maybe even we can go further up to, say, Mad Knight, Masters, etc., etc. Still plenty of opportunities for these teams to take a very big shift. But that's going to start off with, of course, Sanhok, which means plenty of eliminations to go around.
Oh yes, oh yes, and of course we do see a little bit of that hot drop action now coming up in towards bootcamp with Slime 4KT and 1 million going toe to toe. We also see it over in towards Sami, where it is going to be the players there from Super Young Stars and Team Unique. So the potential hot drop action coming through, but now we need to wait and see what these teams are going to be doing with those positions. Are they going to be looking to get aggressive on towards each other, or was it just you know, a lovely happenstance coming through here? Of course, now the teams will have to make those decisions and decide which way they're going to be looking to play this one out. At least all the way out, Sami, things are looking a little bit more on the relaxed end. There's no major threat coming through for either Unique or the Super Young Stars, but it is still going to be a little bit of a potential pressure position for both these teams to try and play it out. So they have to be a little cautious on that approach. But we did see teams now also making those positions up in towards the northwestern side. And up in bootcamp, it's going to be Slime 4KT, and it's coming in from 1 million. So we want to see a runaway from who? We don't know. But, you know, I'm open for takers.
Yeah, look, I really do want to see a runaway performance from anyone finding themselves in pretty much, 12th position down. I mean, there's still huge opportunities for these shifts, for these huge leaps to come through because the competition is so tight. It's only a couple of points that is really splitting them up. I mean, if you take 20th, sitting on 16th, going all the way up to 13th, sitting on, 36, that's one good game, and bam, you've got it. You've got an opportunity to come through to the second Super Weekend. So, Slime 4KT, we know they're no stranger to hot drops here on bootcamp in Sanhok, but how will 1 million Esports deal with that? Of course, we saw them on the first map taking this position and having a good time. Super Young Stars now are the current team, finding themselves with those 16 points, looking to pick it up on, but Joker going down, not going to be the start they wanted.
They're not going to be the start they wanted, but it could potentially be the start that Super Young Stars need to try and push through now, because they are currently sitting with 16 points on the board. They need as many points as they can find. They are starting to run out of matches. After this one, they only have one more to go. And already we see Lash now getting added to the count there. But up comes a quick retaliation as Chills gets traded off. Ron Boy stepping up, putting down Scope. Slyke also getting downed. And that is what we call a bounce back coming in from the side here of the Super Young Stars. Just shining like a few stars here, but let's see. Will they be able to close it up? The last player left to try and go through. It's going to be Fanboy hopping in the window, looking to apply the pressure. Up the red is just being pulled out on outside, and down they go. Beautiful play as the Super Young Stars add on the points to the board. That is what we love. And of course, Super Young Stars losing one player along the way, but they'll be fine. 4 eliminations and a fantastic start to the action right here on Sanhok.
They just need some placement points. I mean, from a performance like that, they could already finding themselves there in that 17th position. So getting good placement points, that could be what they need to find themselves in that top 16. We'll see how it goes along. Of course, Joker had to be the sacrifice there, but still plenty of opportunity. Still 3 members in this one, so still an opportunity for them to take it further. Now talking about our other hot drop, which is, of course, Slime 4KT and 1 million. Haven't quite yet come to a little bit of a standoff here because still just prodding and poking to see where the players are finding themselves here. And of course, Slime 4KT looking to potentially be the trigger to this fight actually kicking off. Now, as they move on into the buildings, it's going to be about who's going to be finding who first. Who's going to find that initial engagement to take it further.
Yeah, and the pressure is going to start building up once again. So you can see already the players here from 1 million starting to set themselves up in anticipation for the rush coming through here from Slime 4KT. But now, looking to see whether or not Slime 4KT could potentially come in with a bit of a counter approach to that. Are they going to fall for the potential trap being created here by 1 million? Or will they try and bring in a different strategy? As we know, that bottom floor is open, at least for the most part. So you could potentially see them maybe creeping their way around that side. But Slime now trying all different approaches to find the angles on towards 1 million. Backlash now going to be sending a beautiful welcoming nade over. Fortunately for the side there of Slime 4KT, they're able to evade a majority of the damage coming through from that. Of course, also getting sent out. And Dexter can feel the heat on his face as he's just sitting there staring at the flame storm. Not trying to just third-party peek a potential approach to find that rush on forward. but it's going to be a very calculated approach coming in from both teams here. Aima trying to advance themselves a little bit forward, but again, they don't want to get caught out in this little funnel.
Yeah, look, a few jiggle peaks coming through because they just want to get that information for the time being. They still haven't yet quite decided on the approach they want to take here because it was 1 million. Beautiful spread coming through from them. They got a couple of crossfires there towards Nice and Black Lost. It's only really Dexter that's so far forward that we could be seeing an initial knock for them. But so far, Slime4 KT not getting that information. 1 million. They've gone dark. They do not want to give anything up for free, but Dexter, unfortunately, might be giving a little bit of something else to Storm as they find that initial engage. Looking now for the rest as 1 million. Try and rotate on up and get involved in this fight. We can find one. Storm is down. Pronto is down. Now it's a 2-on-3 scenario here for 1 million and in favor of 1 million if they can find that last little bit of an angle there, as unfortunately Pronto gets confirmed. No, that's it. That's Slime4 KT out and for the count, unfortunately.
Wow, that was like, I don't know. My words went where your stat book went, right out the window, because that was that was insane. Of course, it is not going to be stopping there. The plays here from Umbra now going to be looking to apply the pressure onto the side here of Next Level. Next Level, getting a beautiful trade-off. Unknown, finding a fantastic hit, but also gets knocked right on down, and it is going to be Morteza, our bullet magnet, feeling those hits come through their direction.
Shame.
But now, Next Level, down to 1, and now they're just going to try and ride Storm out. But, I mean, Umbra, they're not going to let them get away with that just yet. Azar is going to be facing quite a bit of a challenge. Also, just hugging that fuel can a little bit too much for my liking there. So, yeah, some misplay could actually ignite that, and then that would be the end for Next Level right then and there. But we see several more engagements also still finding their way through on the battlefield, and yeah, excitement starting to build. Down to 14 teams. The Masters getting one of their players knocked on down, but Azar now for Next Level playing a serious case of...
Yeah, and the emphasis is going to be on hide here for Next Level, because if they go out here with 0 points, they're going to be at the bottom of the overall rankings. I've been doing some math, and it's not looking good for them. So please stay in this as long as you possibly can. We're in our 3rd match, and no one wants to give up any sort of space anytime soon. Of course, YONKOUS and Masters Esports going to be one of the teams to do exactly that. You can see Havlik now running up onto Ban, trying to find the angle. I don't know if they know the Ban is sitting here right behind the rock. Might have just missed them. So for the time being, Ban getting fantastic information here for Masters. Here comes the bait and switch coming through, and of course Ban going to be picking up Havlik. Fantastic opportunity for them to hold the line, but they still got 3 members of YONKOUS to deal with as they push on up this ridge line, trying to find an angle to work with here. Ban, of course, wants to get that confirmation. They need to pick up as many points as they possibly can to get them out of 15th position right now. They want a little bit of that buffer, and that would start with Havlik going down. So Ban, an absolute tear here for them on behalf of Masters Esports.
Yeah, he just comes strafing around the corner going, ban, 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 down you go, and that's it. But now YONKOUS having to try and find an alternative way to play this. So both the players from the Masters as well as YONKOUS now hopping in their vehicles, just looking to quickly reposition themselves. But Masters, we do see Sin and Bamboo now heading over on towards the side. Now where YONKOUS leave one of their players behind, having that set up within zone, but now NNN looking to just come in on a little bit more of an eastern approach with Lewis, of course, all the way over on Cave, coming in with that Overwatch potential angle here.
NNN7 is your favorite, isn't it? I know you love that username.
Yeah, I just saw the name. I thought, you know what, like, I started to stutter, and I just say, let's just go with it.
Just keep going. Yeah, just keep going. It's not at all a name that's going to catch us off guard, you know. And it's anyway, we take a look at those rotations now coming through, and of course, Umbra finding themselves right up behind Virtual Gaming, and of course, Azar, thankfully for Next Level, still in this alongside the last remaining hopeful there for Triple Esports. How long that's going to last? Not too sure. But of course, Intruder right alongside AWAM here, who is desperately trying to make sure they don't get found anytime soon. We've got 14 teams remaining, and now with 1 million feeling a little bit of pressure thanks to Cryptics, it might go down to 13, might get down to close down to placement point position here. that zone still pretty center, still pretty water infested. So space not really too much of an option at the moment, but rotations are definitely going to be fun. As you can see, 1 million just holding the line as they try to get down towards that center position, but Darkness beautifully set up. You can see them just rolling on in. And unfortunately, we do see it's a 2v4 that they'd have to work with if they get involved here.
Yeah, but it's quite an indication going through there from the side of 1 million, because they were holding the hills just to the south there of Bootcamp, and with the pressure being applied in from the side there of Cryptics, that they decided it could be a little bit more worthwhile to reposition and give option instead of trying to hold on to it and have the players here from Cryptics come rushing straight to. But we'll have to wait and see what Cryptics now are going to be doing with this position, because it does give them quite a good line of sight on the surrounding area. So the players there from Intruder over on the side, as we can see down on the southern end, it is going to be 1 million as well as Darkness, but also now over on towards the western side, where it is going to be the team coming through from the side of SWAT 69. So a very, very interesting position that Cryptics has now been able to gain control of.
I think it's also a tough position that the YONKOUS are finding themselves in, because they're making quite a late rotation in, and they're going to be pulling up right alongside Masters Esports, who are still, you know, fully prepped up and ready for any sort of engagement that they can look at. So you can see NNN7 and Lewis just slightly pulling back, maybe waiting for the information that Ruff can actually provide them to see how they can apply this pressure. But that zone, once again, centering up quite nicely to the majority of our teams. The Skittle packs are still in play. And Cryptics, right bam center zone alongside Intruders.
Yeah, it is going to be a Skittle right in the middle. But some interesting plays there from YONKOUS. I mean, you see Lewis and NNN7 pushing all the way out into the blue zone. Not quite sure why, but of course now the plays here from Grip, they've got their decisions locked in. They are rushing straight forward onto the side here of 1 million. They want this compound. They want to go wherever 1 million has been, but Eflex is going to try and put a quick halt to that, as we see Marshall now getting traded off. Senke coming in with a beautiful wrap-around performance, and with that, they send the players there from 1 million backing, but absolutely good play from Cryptics. So now, the next potential team for them to engage with is going to be the players here from Darkness, situated down towards that more southern side. But Cryptics, they've sealed in that center zone play. But now the challenge comes with all the other teams still having to reposition into this next phase. Of course, we can see the blue zone about to start moving up as well. So the pressure will now start to mount. And Tornado, ooh, out in the open.
Oh, yeah. Look, it's about defense right now. It's about holding your positions that you've just managed to get. And Senke gonna return the favor. Also out in the open. And Manuel, unfortunately for Darkness, not making the connection. So Senke can just hop on up into that hill and hopefully into safety. We do see YONKOUS actually finding Masters Esports there. So even though they're making that long rotation up, they're making it work for the time being. Let's see how long they can last, though. Of course, at least with a 3v3, it puts them on a little bit more of an equal footing. And, of course, Darkness taking control of this compound. Cryptics back up onto the heels. Many of the other teams also having to make their rotations in. Virtual Gaming pulling up right alongside Umbra. And, of course, there's that confirmation. Lost Solar there from Triple Esports out and for the count. But it does mean, for the rest of the teams, a little bit of a sigh of relief, because we're back into placement point territory.
Yeah, that is where you want to be. That sweet, sweet spot where you can just farm those placement points alongside the eliminations as well. And we can see a few teams already finding quite a few eliminations, but now the pressure comes onto the side here of Virtual Gaming. They were showing quite a bit of aggression yesterday, but it does seem like Umbra are out for a bit of a vengeance play, right? Alpha on that front line could be part of the welcoming committee, but it's going to be a tough one, because Umbra seem to have their sights set on just bringing in some absolutely devastating performances. And already now, as we can see them finding a few of those heads sent elsewhere. And, I mean, which way is it going to go? Because Umbra, they've got a good position up on this ridge line, and all they got to do for the time being is hold on until we get that next zone popping up.
Yeah, because Virtual Gaming, they're the team that actually has to push on in. It's Alpha Luigi that's in the zone, but the rest of their team still has to make a rotation in. And as we can see, Umbra, they found SWAT 69 as well, so happy to pick up a couple of stragglers here and there. But rotation SWAT 69 should be coming through as they try and keep their numbers in check. That zone coming through now, pulling up all the way there towards Intruders and Lusail does mean that the time that they spend here might be time wasted as they try and make their rotations in. Yes, it's Sanhok. Yes, the rotation are, a lot quicker, but look at the migration that has to happen from these eastern side teams. A lot of teams that have to find some space here, and a lot of teams that are going to come through from the same direction. So you want to make sure that you're the first team to set up. You want to make sure you're the team to gatekeep the rest and pick up some fantastic eliminations. As we know, Sanhok is absolutely the perfect opportunity to do so. Super Young Stars as well. They're currently leading the pack with eliminations. But we can see that it is very, very dangerous here on Sanhok.
Yeah, it is going to be a super challenging place to make whichever way they go. And Wasted now laying once again. Alphalugi being the target there, and pinpoint accuracy coming through the rest of the team there from Virtual Gaming, just holding over on towards that more northern position. Let's see that zone shifting over in towards the trifecta, and that is a really challenging zone to be playing. Also in the feed, we do see the fight breaking out between the players there from Mad Knight as well as Lusail. Beautiful exchange coming in from either side, but look at this though. Gingerman, Agent 47, both getting taken down. Tyson now trying to hold on for dear life as the rain lead just comes through from the side here of Lusail. Trump now cooking one up, trying to see if they can reach all the way across. That blue zone being in play, and with that, an absolutely brutal hit. Beast now being the last remaining hopeful for the side of Mad Knight. But Lusail, they've got the northern section of Trifecta pretty much locked in their favor. Now, all they got to do is defend it as best they can. Of course, center zone currently being occupied by the players there from Intruder. So again, even if Lusail holds this northern position, they still need to be super cautious of that little bit more southern approach. South, we see the players here from Umbra pushing in towards the western side, looking to come up alongside the team here from SWAT 69. The first knock making its way in. But fortunately for SWAT 69, there was no confirmation just yet. But now, SWAT trying to lay down the law as they're trying to halt the advances coming through here from the side of Umbra.
Oh, Umbra kicking down the door, looking to start the engagement here as all the nades are being prepped and thrown their way of SWAT 69. Next level, unfortunately, getting taken out with that solo confirmation coming through. And PRZ taking quite a few leads themselves with the blue zone as they try push on up closer to SWAT 69, who currently have the first foot in the door with the zone. It's Umbra that have to make the rotation in. They have to go through SWAT 69, who they've now obviously alerted to their presence, that they want to get in, and SWAT 69 have an opportunity here to just gatekeep and hold the line. Wasted very close to that line indeed, as nades keep flowing on in, and Umbra desperately trying to get in the zone. But we saw these snakes in the grass, they deal some damage, and Shadowin being taken down alongside Lashin. As we can see in the feed, it is absolute chaos. How is Team Umbra gonna manage this?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a super, super tough one. But all SWAT 69 needs to do here is just keep the pressure up, because Wasted and Morteza cannot stay in the blue for too long. And they just got to clean up these edges, as we see Yash now doing there, stepping forward and just assisting with the absolute carnage we see unfolding onto the side here of Umbra. Morteza is going to be the last one left for the make a quick rush, but SWAT 69 getting hit as well as Cryptics now come in. Umbra getting sent back into the lobby. SWAT 9 also right there alongside them. Absolutely brutal stuff. I mean, Cryptics just capitalizing on the angles that they've got here. Look at this beautiful spread. They're utilizing the position here to the absolute fullest, but they don't have position locked in the zone just yet. Up comes Bamboo now from the side of Masters. Oh, but he gets spotted out, and down they go. And with that, we are down to only 8 remaining. INTRUDER looking absolutely fantastic. Bring in a little bit of that 2-2 split. Rauf and Weiss, they're going to have to now play a super aggressive defensive game here.
Absolutely. They can hold the line against Cryptics, but will they hold the line against Super Young Stars, who I was going to say is the only other team that we can really see in the zone? But once again, zone blessed. Intruders will be thanking the zone as they find the only compound still within safety. Cryptics, of course, just on the other side, have to make that swim over, but they're going to have to do it through absolute lead being thrown at their faces thanks to Intruder, who, as you mentioned, holding a very aggressive line as they're trying to manage all of the teams trying to get in. They want to gatekeep everyone and anyone they can find, even Virtual Gaming, as one shot gets taken out. And really fantastic opportunity here for Intruder to pick up some huge eliminations and some huge placement points, just about how they managed it. Again, Super Young Stars coming on up from behind them, and they have a beautiful line of sight to potentially get this third party.
Yeah, but it is looking pretty tough now for the side of Cryptics, as Intruder Africa, it's just capitalizing and utilizing their position with near perfection as they now close it up, and with that, send the players from Cryptics right back into the lobby. Up comes Virtual Gaming to get a swing of things. Well, Lusail having to pack their bags and make their way back into lobby. It's down to only 6 remaining teams. Looking very hopeful for the side here of Intruder, as they do, however, lose one of their players, but it's not the end of the world. They still have 3 players in this match. Darkness, Momin coming in from that southern side, trying to battle it out with the blue zone, also keeping a very watchful eye on angles that could be opening up. Rauf now about to get rezzed on through as well. Omar trying to hold that defensive line. Bedrocks might get a beautiful nade getting sent their way, but with that, YONKOUS now, off they go, back into lobby. Down goes Darkness as well at the hand of the Blues. And there's now only 4 teams left. Super Young Stars on the approach as well. Mad Knight getting traded off. 3 teams remain. Down comes their heads onto Intruder as Bedrocks just comes lasering through on towards Omar. Oh, but down he goes. Chala sneaky cheeky hit in from behind. Lash and Chala Cronboy now looking to capitalize on the surprise element they have in their favor. It is going to be Stars up against Intruder. A 3v2 in favor of Super Young Stars. But now, Intruder Africa, they just need to play the heck out of this position. Rauf trying to hit that nade in the hand. Boy, up comes Chala, trying to bring in that off-angle approach, but we see Lashin still holding off in the distance. Chala moves up, down he goes. Beautiful shot coming in from Weiss. Intruder looking good, dealing with the threats as they come. Lashin, the next one to try and step up to the party. Of course, the confirmations coming through as Weiss lands a few of those hits, while nearly getting the confirmation. But now this is going to be absolutely important. Oh, the hit comes through. The trade-off is in. It is going to be Weiss up against the side of Cronboy. A 1v1 play to the finish. Will we see those volleys come through? No. Just limbering up before pushing forward. Cronboy cooking up that nade. Oh, cause an absolute devastation onto them. And with that, the Super Young Stars steal the chicken dinner from the very clutches of Intruder Africa. Absolutely fantastic play coming through here from the Super Young Stars.
Look, I said Super Young Stars, they need to pick it up. Otherwise, they're not going to be finding themselves picking up those rankings. They were having a very tough time yesterday, and today coming through with that winner chicken dinner and the eliminations that they managed to pick up. Beautiful opportunity for them and a huge leap I'm expecting on that overall rankings. And it's exactly what we said. Once again, a team finding themselves in 20th position might be moving up all the way to that mid line. And that's because of the management coming through from Intruder. Yes, they had a huge presence towards that other eastern side, but coming through right from the south, right from behind, it was Super Young Stars who were just left to their own devices, and they made a beautiful showing in that last final zone.
It was absolutely phenomenal to see these performances coming through, right? I mean, we saw some really tough positions getting played there. I mean, Cryptics utilizing each and every one of those buildings, having a player in each step, and then the zone kind of turning on them. It turned to the players there from Intruder having to keep up the defensive line, and they just kept on dealing the blows, head after head after head. But the Super Stars had a fantastic opportunity. Seeing that all the action was happening over on towards that eastern side, they got then presented with the chance to move in from the west. That is exactly what them doing there. And they moved in. They caught the final players off guard, just kept on applying the pressure, constantly pushing. And with that, resulted in them getting a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. And that is one of the examples of how Sanhok is played.
Exactly. I mean, it's that those third parties coming through, you get so much information on Sanhok with what's going on around you because you're so close to everyone else. So fantastic use of, utilization of information that Super Young Stars really had to work with. They heard that initial engagement with Cryptics, with Intruder. They saw the feed absolutely crazy going in favor of Intruder. So they knew what was happening. They could see what was happening and they just bided their time and chose the opportune moment to get involved and pick up that winner chicken dinner. Not to take anything away from the fight that Intruder put up. I mean, it came down to a one-on-one for a very good reason. Intruder really just utilizing the positions that they had from the get-go to try and stay in as long as possible.
It was absolutely beautiful to see. And of course, just to remind you of how amazing it was, we have a few highlights of this match. Enjoy them, and we'll see you right back afterwards. So amazing to see those plays coming through again. But I gotta say, I mean, a really impressive Sanhok being brought in. And in fact, the entire day so far has been so satisfying. The team's really trying to push the envelope as far as they possibly can. And it is resulting in some really magnificent PUBG being played right here on the battlefield.
And that's what we want to see. Again, Sanhok, bringing in that little bit of a change from last week, really allowing some of the teams to just jump and jump and jump, maybe showing a little bit more of their prowess coming through, which I love to see, and I love to see how that's going to be changing up the rankings. Of course, the match rankings going to be the first ones to start off with to see where the teams picked up their points the most. And of course, Super Young Stars, we know, picking up that winner chicken dinner and 9 eliminations alongside Intruder, who were an absolute thorn in anyone and everyone they could find.
Yeah, Intruder being a little bit of an intruder there, right? He just held that position and they're like, you know what? This is our spot. You gotta have to fight to if you want to get in here. And as we can see, only the top 3 teams finishing with double-digit points, just showing you how challenging the zone has been. And of course, even if we move on to the second page, we see Umbra as well as 1 million coming in with a 5 eliminations apiece. But it has been a little bit of a tough run coming in there for the side. Esports coming in empty-handed at the back of this match. But as we know, it is not going to be too devastated side of Triple Esports, right? They're going to be right. They can afford to have a match happen like that, but they still now can bounce back in what they have. Yeah, the same can of course be said for the players there from Slime 4KT. A really strong performance we had for. But this time around, yeah, Sanhok was a little bit challenging.
Look, I do think it's definitely a detriment there for next level. As we said, having to play that hide and seek game, not picking up the points that they would have wanted. But now we can take a look at the overall rankings to really see what's going to be happening here. So Lusail Esports still finding themselves in pole position. Of course, Slime 4KT getting on closer and closer and closer. And as we start to trickle down, we can really see quite a couple of twins. I mean, Cryptics, Virtual Gaming, 71 apiece, and Team Myth, G3 Temper, 61 apiece. And it starts to trickle down a little bit more dramatically as we get to 50 points as the threshold for the first page. Of course, 54 to be specific. And as we go to the second page, we can see how the jumps really came through for some of these teams. INTRUDER Africa, again, just a big shout out to them, making it up onto 7th place currently. Very good opportunity for them to get into the next Super Weekend and maybe pick up on some of the points that they unfortunately lost out on. So second page, here we come and here we go. Again, we mentioned, we saw a little bit of a sneak peek there, what's happening for next level, but let's focus on what's happening here. Darkness, 50 points. Now, we mentioned 8th place, holding 54. So 4 points difference between 9th and 8th position, between the second and the first page. That's not a lot to work with. And you can see it starts to trickle down, and Super Young Stars, just, a huge jump for them into 13th.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see, right? Teams really stepping up, bringing in the pressure and bringing in those very much needed points. But it is still looking to be a really tough day here. No one really having runaway performance, can put it that way. And as you can see, looking at the point position. Things are still very much neck in neck, even all the way on towards that final page. There's still not a lot coming in with regards of those points. So, you know, we're going to have to wait and see what the teams are going to be bringing through in their final games, because we know to the next match, that is going to be the final match for the players coming from Group A. So they've been bringing so far, they need to try and dial it up even more to try and lock in those positions, because after that, there's no chance.
No other options indeed. And of course, we are going to go to a short break. And when we come back, we're going to see those last two matches actually unfold and see where the teams are going to be finding themselves on the rankings. It's going to be absolutely insane. So you want to make sure that you stick around for the action. It's only a short break. You won't miss us too long. Don't worry. We'll be right back.
Hello, and we're getting ready to move into fourth match of the day. Of course, we are going to be heading right back over on towards what the teams are going to be bringing to the table. And this, of course, as we've mentioned before, is going to be the final match for the teams from Group A. So this is the final opportunity to try and lock in those points. Whatever they are not able to accomplish today, well, that's the way it is. So quite a few expectations coming through on the board here, looking to see what the teams are going to be doing. Step forward now and potentially try to lock in those positions into this final match. But of course, we want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, what are you expecting to see moving into this final Erangel?
Ooh, moving into this final wrangle. So, look, there was a few teams that really stood out. I mean, Cryptics also, they get close. They get really, really close. And in those final moments, it just trickles off just a little bit. But Lusail has been putting on a fantastic, consistent performance, which is, again, a performance that is rivaling everyone else because even though, you know, they might not have as standoutish performances as the rest of the teams, they are staying consistent, which we saw them do in the first league weekend. Once again, they come back with that performance. They're currently sitting on pole position, and they're making it look really, really good, sitting with 85 points. I mean, the second highest is 72. So they're running around, and they're really picking up some fantastic points. I just want to see if that's going to continue, because, again, Slime4KT getting close, Cryptics getting close, Virtual Gaming, also a team getting very close. So I'm curious. I'm very curious for this wrangle.
Yeah, there's a lot that have done moving into this final match, and you know the teams couldn't be in a higher stake position if we had it any other way, right? Because whatever they're going to be doing now is where it's going to be at, right? They have to step it up. They have to try and push their way on through, looking to see what it is they'll be able to pull off coming into this final game here. I mean, hopefully it works out, right? Hopefully they're able to achieve what it is that they are looking to pull off. So it is going to be the players coming through there from the side of Cryptics, Darkness, Mad Knight, and of course Team Umbra having that final push.
Absolutely. So, I mean, opportunities for definitely a lot of teams to come into this one. I think it's really going to come down to how that zone is going to react, because once again, we see that flight path coming through all the way from Milta towards Gatka, so cutting off basically the southern part of the map, which is a fun time, I guess, for some of the teams, especially like, you know, Masters, who we know frequent that military base, especially Next Level. And Next Level, I'm putting some pressure onto them, if I'm going to be honest. I really want to see them come through into this one and pick up a huge game, because they're currently sitting with 18 points, right? Just 3 points behind SWAT 69, who we also know want to come back for that Super Weekend. They need to come back for that Super Weekend. So they're going to be pushing the envelope into this one. Next Level has to push the envelope. 1 million esports and Masters esports have to push the envelope. So it's going to be a fun time. You can see that spread coming through now, looking pretty good. We love the Skittles pack on the map as everyone is trying to find their optimal position. We do once again see 1 million and G3 Temper, you know, having their little bit of a spat there towards Farm and Milta, and Next Level actually changing it up, going towards Milta Power. But that zone, smack bam center north, we love to see it. A little bit of a change up coming through, and of course really opening up some fantastic opportunities for teams who really do thrive in those northern positions. I think honestly, Team Unique, if they were in this one, they'd be kicking themselves with absolute joy, because you know they love that Severny position. But unfortunately, they're one of the groups to just sit out for this one, and they'll be joining us on Sanhok. Again, a little bit of contention here towards that eastern side. As you can see, Next Level involved, 1 million involved, G3 Temper involved, Virtual Gaming, Darkness. Oh, it's going to be a fun one. Even Blackjack is just there towards that northern side, trying to rotate on through with Slime 4KT. So, that one, it's going to be fun, DK. It's going to be a fun time. I just don't see how the teams are going to make these rotations through, because already we've got Myth actually taking some contention here, some eliminations. It's not looking too healthy. It's looking a little bit tough.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a bit of a challenging play coming through here, particularly looking at the amount of rotations. We'll have to see these teams trying to pull off. There's quite a bit of ground still left for them to try and cover to make it up into essentially those northern regions, because we can see north of the river, it's open, right? But for the time being, to see the players here from SWAT 69 trying to just push on to the side of Mad Knight. And El Chapo picking up a beautiful one there as the Beast gets traded on off. We got Agent 47 also just up ahead. Well, we see El Chapo now looking to apply that pressure coming on through towards them, because we still see a very spread out play happening here for the players from SWAT 69.
Naturally, of course. I mean, they've been here before, DK. They know these places well, and they didn't have a fun time the last time we found them. They were staring down the barrel, unfortunately, of Team Myth, who had a beautiful line of sight on towards them. So this time they want to stand their ground and hopefully just scare, you know, Mad Knight away. Just say, look, this is our spot. We've already got the Beast, so just back off for the time being. And hopefully that's the sort of you know, I guess opinion that the rest of the teams could really take, because that disengagement does allow them just to set themselves up a little bit better in this early loot phase, which some of the teams have been falling victim to. This is really where they start losing their numbers, and then it just pressures them towards those later phases.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of that pressure come through, particularly with the positions currently being occupied, at least in the center zone, right? Over on towards the western side, where Cryptics find themselves, there's no pressure whatsoever. They're the only team holding on towards that region. But we do see from the southern side, Myth trying to rotate up with the players there from SWAT 69 up at them. Over on towards where we saw the players from Intruder just now, they have still a very quiet position up in towards Nova, but they still have to bring that rotation in. And if they head towards the eastern bridge, they're going to be bumping straight into the players there from G3 who are lying in wait. And a very similar thing can be said here for the players from the Masters. So hopefully we see them prioritizing that western bridge instead of the eastern one. But they don't have the information we have. So the pressure is going to be on them. The onus will rather be on them to make those calls. And then over on the eastern side, this is where we see the players from Virtual Gaming. We've got the players from Next Level. We've got Blackjack, all finding a very similar kind of position to try and play from. And all four of those teams still have to try and ensure a strong position moving into this next phase.
Oh, it's tough all around, in all honesty. I mean, also with that northern zone, we don't actually have a lot of control from the teams for those northern positions. I mean, Stalber, Saverny, shooting range, it's still open, still completely open. The closest team towards that northern side is, of course, as we can see, Slime 4KT finding themselves there towards Yasnaya Poliana. So they have an opportunity to rotate on first. And I just, it's going to be a fun one because I think this is the most northern zone we've seen for Erangel thus far.
Yeah, they've got pretty accustomed to playing on the southern edges, right?
The west, the east, but...
Yes, but this is what we love, is when it takes an extreme shift up north, for instance, right? Seeing that the teams have had a lot of those southern zones being dealt in their direction. Now, this is where the rotations have to come through. And I do think this next zone shift is also going to add to the level of complexity, because we've got 1 million now being the most northern currently, and they're not even that far north. But also Blackjack having a little bit of the players here from next level rotating right through them. Again, now just respecting the trigger discipline, not really jumping into any unnecessary engagements just for the sake of engaging in a fight. Right? It's going to be a little bit of a tricky rotation. All the teams concerned here, because moving up north, they're going to have to try and prioritize those positions. And I'm curious to see who's going to move into which ones. Could we potentially have some teams venturing all the way to Saverny? I mean, I do think 1 million are going to be trying their options here, but will we see them commit that up in towards the northern side?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about more of a central position, that's basically where we find Darkness and YONKOUS, who are closer towards, Rozak, and maybe even the Sunken City could be, considered here, but there's still options for many of the other teams. I mean, shooting range, just a little bit more south of that, you could be finding yourself a couple of hills there that they can work with. But Slime 4KT, and of course, you can see they're finding themselves a few neighbors joining the party, which is, of course, next level, who are looking to hold this position as well, with the rotations coming through from Virtual Gaming and Blackjack Esports. Cover will be essential for these teams to make sure that they're not going to be falling victim to, as you said, maybe a little bit of an itchy finger there on the trigger for many of the other teams setting themselves up here. Azar, of course, spotting out Aimer, throwing a couple of warning shots, just saying, hey, back off for the time being. We want to find an angle into this one.
Yeah, and they're going to continue now to try and just play these angles. Unknown in the rest of the players here now, just trying everything. Ooh, but a little bit of a block coming through there as Azar. Not quite sure where he has gone, but the rest of the team looking to be super active in their approach onto the players here from Slime 4KT. It does seem like Azar has now rejoined us once again. Welcome back. But now he joins at a very interesting stage, because Slime 4KT down 3 players, but also now having a position in the opposite building. As we can see, these nades, they could be quite devastating. So it is all going to come down to how the players here from next level are going to be looking to take these approaches. We did see a quick opening happening right there, but fortunately, next level, so far, avoiding the majority of the damage potentially being sent over there from side of Slime 4KT.
Who I might add are doing a little bit of a bait and switch, because we can see Plaza and Pronto, holding the line, making a lot of noise, but Storm just trying to pull on towards the back line, maybe hold that rotational pathing. And we can see G3 Temper and Intruders finding themselves saying, how do you do? And unfortunately, Intruders losing a member to boot with those rotations coming through. As we said, don't want to be the team falling victim to those containments. Now that zone once again shifting up towards that northern side. Of course, Saverny and Stalber still fantastic positions to work with, but of course, if you look at that center zone, smack bam between Saverny and Stalber. So a little bit of an awkward place here to work with the ridgeline, but opportunities for teams to maybe get those early rotations. But they're still busy with their contentions. They're still busy with their fights here, DK. They want to pick up those elimination points.
Yeah, they definitely want to try and lock it in. As we have a few of the teams coming in here, it's their final show, their final opportunity to add some of those much-needed points to the board. And look at that, next level now going to town on Pronto as he runs up right alongside them, just feeling the brunt of those hits getting sent across. But now it all comes down to how they are going to be able to cope with this play. Will they find a few of those knocks coming through potentially on towards them as they now try to just dance their way around? And next level definitely trying to just find any which way they can. And with that, a little bit of success, taking out 3 of the players coming through and not losing a single player in the trade-off. That is just fantastic for the team there of next level.
this is the start that they needed. I said it at the beginning. I was applying a little bit of pressure there towards next level because they need to come back for the second super weekend to really add to the buffer of points that they've had, because they weren't, you know, one of the teams that were finding themselves in that huge uprise of points. So with the other teams coming through now for the second super weekend, they do not want to fall behind, and that starts with them having a fantastic performance here on our last Erangel of the day. Now rotations coming through, as we can see, to Umbra just rotating on alongside Virtual Gaming. So many teams that they could potentially look at, but of course Darkness going to be the first to maybe throw a couple of shots there towards Shadowin, who's just parked off and trying to run up this ridge line. For the time being, we'll see how the trigger discipline is going to be coming through, but still plenty of teams having to make rotations. Myth being one of them, one of the furthest teams to actually get into the zone, and Blackjack taking a huge northern side flank position all the way to Stalber. So huge rotations coming through for teams just trying to find a nice little position to set up.
Yep, and of course, those nice positions, that is what they are looking to try and capitalize on, right? Finding themselves in a position where they are not feeling too much of a stressful play potentially coming through. But now, look at this. YONKOUS just going absolutely crazy as they come rushing forward, trying to pick up zero tolerance, as both these teams are moving in that more center zone. But this is where both of them need to be super cautious, because there's several teams also rotating up in the exact same direction. So we're going to be seeing a lot of those engagements come through. We're already 2 zones deep, about to pop into our third one, and we still have all 16 teams still alive. So Line Forget being the only team being reduced down to only 1 remaining hopeful. But now, this is where the side of YONKOUS are going to be looked to apply even more pressure now on towards zero tolerance, because they've got them pretty much pinned down, and zero tolerance can't budge because they got Virtual Gaming right up behind them, as well as Darkness.
Oh, this is a situation of note. Now, Zero Tolerance, they've been doing pretty well. They're actually ahead of YONKOUS on the overall rankings for League Week currently, you know, just 2 positions up. So they'd like to keep that for, you know, these last couple of games and make sure that they just give themselves some buffer room. But that zone might be the relief that they need as it goes a little bit more towards Rozak, maybe just a little bit of a, you know, shooting range, and Severny still in play. So rotations now coming through, and as we can see, that southern part of the zone, you know, really that southern western side, completely free for the taking, with SWAT 69 and other teams now making their rotations that could potentially capitalize, as we've said, on a fantastic first place position. But again, huge rotations for these teams that they've had to make investments for, and now, like Blackjack Esports, not necessarily turning out, because look at the rotation they need to make.
But still, not the worst rotation, right? Because it's relatively quiet for them to move straight towards that zone. It is, however, going to be quite a bit of a challenge, particularly towards the eastern side. But G3 Intruder now on that eastern side, having quite a bit of ground to try and cover here. So we are going to be seeing a few engagements finding their way on through, but those rotations now having to come on in. And now we get to see whether or not G3 will be able to find a few of those Intruder players along the way. Up in Severny, things also starting to heat on up. But with that, it is going to be the end for Slime 4KT in this match, as they have to pack their bags. But now look at this. YONKOUS, they've rotated up right towards zero tolerance. Up comes Havlik, tries the shots, he lands them. But now Skydo is the last hopeful for zero tolerance, super low on health, next level, also stepping up to the party as they want their own contribution, having that brought in. But up comes Havlik now trying to cook up that nade. Zero tolerance getting sent on back. Oh, up comes next level, head after head onto YONKOUS.
YONKOUS now down to 1 member remaining, which is, of course, Lewis, who's going to jump in the buggy and say, thank you, I don't want to get involved. I'm going to get out of here. But no, Gaddafi with a beautiful shot is going to confirm YONKOUS out back into the lobby. And unfortunately, even though they picked up those eliminations, they're not going to get any placement points yet, because still 1 team needs to drop before we are in placement point territory. Beautiful third party coming through here for next level, and they chose a fantastic time to do so. And I mean, in terms of the position that they've now garnered themselves, they're within zone. They're within zone, and fantastic rotation towards the center. So really a great opportunity for them.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see if any other opportunities could potentially be presenting themselves. And now, this is where a team like Cryptics, for instance, find themselves extremely split up, right? So we got Senkai completely isolated, Marshall isolated, El Chapo isolated, Carry Boy rather isolated. So not quite sure
Wow.
what approach they're going for here, but Senke is going to have their hands absolutely jam-packed with players. As we can see, 1 million, still a full squad position up ahead, and Senke puts up a really strong defense here, but now the rush has come in. Up, you can see comes the player there, Black Lost, trying to find those angles, and
Wow.
Eflex just lasering it up through the window. No surprise, really, to see Senke getting taken down there, because it was such a challenging approach, being a single isolated player. But as we can see, just a little bit further over on towards the eastern side, G3 now moving closer towards Umbra, who have set up a bit of a gatekeep down south. We've got the players there from SWAT 69 bumping up in towards the team from Myth. We also have the players there currently on screen, sharing the space here with Cryptics, who've decided to condense themselves a little bit more now.
Yeah, losing Senke there to 1 million because of that, I mean, a bit of a widespread that they had is going to head home just a little bit as they try and make their rotations in. And you mentioned Umbra, they found G3 Temper, and they've decided to take a couple of numbers to boot off. I mean, Nade's being absolutely punted in the direction of G3 Temper. It's not a good time. And Flacco desperately trying to find an angle here to give their teammates a little bit of alleviation from the pressure that is being applied thanks to Team Umbra. And you were talking about widespread. I don't see the fourth remaining member there of G3 Temper, unfortunately. So this is going to be a fun one for them to try and get back into. Need to get that cavalry coming on in and just try and apply a little bit of opportunity here. We can see Nacho now taking a long rotation, finally joining the party. Might be finding PRZ here, who's wide out in the open. So now all of a sudden, Umbra are going to be finding themselves surrounded by G3 Temper. So they've applied the pressure, but now can they handle it being given back right onto them? And Flacco might be dealing with a little bit too much than what they can chew, as so much damage being thrown their way thanks to the absolute precision coming through from PRZ. But of course, they're on the edge of zone. Darkness is right up alongside them. They need to finish this fight and get into safety.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty dang tough, but Umbra and G3, both teams now slightly disengaging from this position. Not a 100%, but just looking to reposition themselves, because Umbra is still looking to lock in their position within that phase. Same can be said side of G3, right? Just trying to reposition and reassess how best to move from here. But it's going to be tricky because we can see the players there from Darkness just holding up on the hill. But Darkness having to fight their own battle because Next Level now comes rushing up towards them. So I'm liking these positions. A lot of contention all across the board. We even see the players there from Cryptics now applying their own pressure over on towards that western side. And this is now the players here from Blackjack feeling the heat as they've now been pushed underground. The only way for them for at time being to stay in the zone a little while longer.
Yeah, and a little while longer will be actually determined here thanks to Cryptics, who are absolutely just ready to throw as many possible nades down that bunker to get a little bit of confirmation here. But of course, zone will be coming through shortly. For now, Cryptics will be holding the line and just keeping poor old Reverb and Lelouch down here underground with no way out. Zone, surely but surely, closing on in. Myth, of course, making that southern rotation in light alongside Masters Esports and feeling a little bit of the brunt of the action, unfortunately, as they have dropped, I believe that's Broly and Ramsey. So down to Akram and Moment now to hold the line for Masters Esports. But Masters Esports looking to just take a beautiful rotation on into the zone because, zone, as close to zone blessed as they really can be. Darkness and G3 Temper now. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, I'm loving this wicked sense of humor coming through from PUBG, right? It's just, it just keeps on adding to the insanity we have already unfolding on the screen. But now G3 coming in from the northern side, just looking to fortify their position here. But they have to now try and deal with Darkness. As we can see, we've got Manuel now just trying to dodge those flames, just quickly trying to duck back and forth. But unfortunately for Manuel, Whiskey is also there to provide a bit of a hand. But those utilities are going to be popping in one after the other. G3 now even pushing up on towards the roofs just to try and get an even better coverage of this position. But Next Level also still going to be moving in from that southern side. But up comes Six God now trying to get all the way across on towards Whiskey, and Manuel does pick up a little bit of damage, but nothing in home about. But the pressure going to continue to build now as they even focus their effort on towards the players here from Umbra, who also now are starting to push even further towards the zone. But this is going to be so important for the players here. As we can see, Umbra now getting traded off here by G3. So some good eliminations getting picked up there once again. But the rest of the lobby having an absolute brutal time to get themselves back up into this phase. And G3 going to be looking to add to that.
Oh, G3 potentially with a field day coming through. That is, if you don't consider next level pulling up on for a potential third party here. And Manuel and, of course, Whiskey still holding the warehouse line and making sure that they're not going to be able to take stock anytime soon of what they can continue to push on through. Blackjack Esports now getting confirmed out, leaving us with 9 teams remaining as the duo here from Darkness still holding the line, desperately trying to make sure G3 Temper don't get this position because this is still within zone. Rotations now coming through, and we can see the feed is absolutely lighting up. And this is potentially where G3 Temper trying to push the line with Darkness. Manuel holding a beautiful angle, making sure, you know, just put a little bit of pressure there towards G3 Temper. Take one down for the team. And now Baden trying to find an angle in, rushing on through. Manuel and Whiskey holding the line, but exposing themselves to the other entrance. This could be an opportunity for G3 Temper to flank on through. But they're choosing to just go in as a team. Nacho now down. And all of a sudden, we've got 6God, the last remaining member here for G3 Temper. Darkness as a duo take out the entirety of G3 Temper, now leaving themselves a fantastic position into the rest of the zone.
Yeah, oh, down goes Cryptics as the players from Virtual Gaming come swooping through, just capping on their position. But now the rush is going to continue to come forward. As you can see, the players here from 1 million also trying to get themselves repositioned up in towards the zone. Darkness now on an absolute high as they dealt with the pressure coming through there from the side of G3. But now we can see them trying to explore their options, but there's not a lot of options left as 1 million steps up and sends them back next level. Also, they're going to be trying to move on through. We see the shots coming through there from the side of the players from Mad Knight, as well as Virtual Gaming, just positioned over on towards that western side. Up in zone, next level, really spread out. This is good because they can cover so many of these angles, but they have to just work everything together as a unit. You can see Gaddafi a little bit further away, but we do see Unknown and Azar now trying to advance their way forward. And on that southern side, rather up north, it's going to be 1 million. Still trying to reach all the way across. They're definitely starting to run out of those options. Getting spotted as the hits come through. A beautiful assist as those hits just find their way on in. 1 million looking to apply the pressure, utilizing the heck out of that little shack. But look at these nades finding their way all the way down towards where Azar is. Up comes the rush now. Come on. 1 million looking to close this one out. They're not going to let the players here from next level rather get away with this. But Unknown is going to come strafing through the smoke, just laying down the law head after head. The Masters having to pack the bags as they also now sent back into the lobby. And here comes the hit. Next level looking to dial it up even more so. But 1 million continuing to keep the pressure on.
I love this play coming through for 1 million. Now, try to find the confirmation here on towards next level. Next level, down to 2 members still remaining. And as the confirmations come through, thanks to the mollies, it's Knight and Dexter who are trying to find the angles here. Oh, a little cheeky peeky come through, but Dexter not making the connection. Black Lost still there towards the northern side on top of the hill, holding the angles as they're trying to get the meds, trying to get the heals up and coming. And Nazar just absolutely being such a nuisance to 1 million esports who are trying to find an angle. But up come Virtual Gaming now for a third party. A little bit of an action here. Dexter finding one, and that's down to 2 teams here.
Oh, I'm loving this position, though, coming in from Virtual Gaming. I mean, 1 million, some beautiful shooting being done right there. But look at this. Virtual Gaming rolling on through from that southwestern side. They've got the numbers advantage, and all they got to do is just absolutely rip 1 million into small, little, tiny pieces if they want that winner chicken dinner. But the Blue Zone also now starting to move on through. Virtual Gaming, the only one of these 2 teams currently positioned up in towards the zone. Now, this is going to be the challenging part. Dexter and Knight, they're going to have to try and find those rotations. Petrops just trying to hold on to that little bunker, trying to set up that anchor position while the rest of them preps themselves for a potential rush. You can see the smokes being deployed. Everyone now just focusing on their position within that zone. Alphalucci coming in with a beautiful play right up alongside them. That could be quite devastating now for the side of Million. Those vehicles getting utilized, and up comes Petrox, trying to keep that suppressive pressure on. As you can see, Blue Zone getting ready to move. 1 million trying all their options, even pushing those health bars even further up. Now, Zeus and the rest of the squad coming in here from Virtual Gaming, not going to be letting them have an option to rotate on forward. Knight taking several hits. Down he goes. Comes Dexter trying to make a quick dash for the tree, taking several hits along the way. Up comes Zeus pushing forward. Would he be able to close this one out? Spots out the ankles, and with that, it is a vehicle finish to close it off. Virtual Gaming comes running, just blazing on through, with all 4 players still surviving it to the very, very end.
That is what we love to see. Virtual Gaming just biding their time, getting involved with that third party, and they absolutely made it look like a piece of cake, at least, because they only had a 4v2 to deal with, and they just absolutely were so precise with the shots that they were placing. Full control of the zone, I might add. You know, I mean, there was no real option for anyone to work with here, because Virtual Gaming, just as a full squad, came through and pushed all of the rest of the teams into an uncomfortable corner. Again, I really can't fault them this week. I think they've been absolutely phenomenal. We didn't get to see them in the first Super Weekend, and it's crucial for them to get into the second one. And with the performances and the showing, the engagements, everything that they've been laying out, I can't see them stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful to see that level of performance coming through from the players there. Gaming, absolutely fantastic, phenomenal stuff coming through, and I mean, it's doing good, right? They are just advancing themselves up the leaderboard. They came into this match sitting up in 4th position with 71 points, sharing the same amount of points as the players there from Cryptics. But Virtual Gaming were also just, you know, wanting to pick up that winner chicken dinner, and they've managed to do it. That is their first chicken dinner in this second week of league play. So absolutely beautiful way to finish off this last Erangel of the day. All that's left is for them to start making their way over onto a little bit of that Sanhok action once again. But I got to say, Erangel, this was one for the books. Such a beautiful one coming in there from them.
Absolutely. And you said it was their first winner chicken dinner. So, I mean, even though they haven't been getting those wins, they've been picking up the points steadily to match the likes of Cryptics. They were tied 71 points each. And now with a game like this, I'm not sure how many eliminations they got. We'll see on the match rankings a little bit later. But with the points that they picked up, they definitely have shot themselves up into Super Weekend qualifying positions. That is a mouthful. But ultimately, it means we're going to see them coming through in the second Super Weekend. I don't see any other team really making such a huge placement that they're going to kick them out of the count. I mean, that top 6, maybe top 6, looking pretty standard, pretty concrete for the time being. We can still see a little bit of shifts going down towards the bottom side. So, look, as long as they keep it going, they need to keep riding that momentum.
Yeah. Definitely going to keep on pushing that momentum forward. And speaking about momentum, we are going to be hopping straight up into our highlights just to see a few of the plays from this past match. Enjoy. Absolutely great to see Virtual Gaming just pushing the pressure and just coming in so dominating all the way up to the very end of the match. And I mean, I believe it has done absolute wonders for their overall performance coming through in this league play week. And of course, let's see how much points these teams were able to bring in right after this last match. And as we know, we're also going to take a look at how that then impacts the overall standings. But look at this. Virtual Gaming, 1 million, sitting on 22 points apiece.
Look, I was wondering how many eliminations did they pick up then. 1 Million Esports, a team that were keeping their head on absolute swivels. But of course, Next Level as well as Masters Esports picking up double points there for that last Erangel of the day. So not a bad spread. But we do see it's pretty top heavy in terms of the eliminations. I mean, only really G3 Tempered to try and compete with the teams that we see in those top 4 slots. And that just speaks volumes to what they were focusing on in that last Erangel of the day. I mean, you got to work with the Erangel when you get it, right? Because we know pretty Sanhok heavy day. So unfortunately, very top heavy. So for the teams on the second page, they weren't going to get the games that they really wanted to. We know for some of the teams, it's unfortunately their last game of the day coming through from Group A. So they're going to have to be quite happy with the points that they have managed to pick up until this point. But it's interesting because, the teams we see on this page were the teams we saw on the first page for the previous map. So very even in terms of the back and forth that we're seeing between these teams.
Yeah, it's a beautiful trade-off coming through from the teams. But now, as we move over in towards our overall rankings, this is where we get to see those teams that just played their final match, if they were able to do enough to secure their position within the top 16. So as we can see, Cryptics, they've just played their final game. And, well, no surprise to see them sitting up in that third place on 74 points. But, of course, Virtual Gaming still have a match to go. Lusail also still have one to go. And we can see them sitting on 93 and 85 points, respectively. Of course, the other team we see there is going to be Darkness coming in with their 59 points over in towards that 7th place. Unfortunately, not finding a winner chicken dinner in this week of league play, but still a really good position for them to be sitting in. And now as we move into the second page, this is where we get a little bit of a glimpse. So you can see Umbra, they've also closed out their performance. They're sitting on 46 points, but it is pretty close. Anyone around them can still change their points, right? Moving into that final match. So again, Umbra, even though they are 12th position, they are not that far ahead. And now as we look onto this last page, this is where we see the players from Mad Knight, unfortunately sitting there on 39 points, right? So they wanted to try and get it up towards that top 16, and they just missed it with one single point, just 1 point.
That is going to be pain right now. And unfortunately for Mad Knight, as you know, that's their last game of the day. So, I mean, for them, they didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, and now they're not going to make it into the second Super Weekend. I'm sorry, there's no opportunity for them to really pick up points if they can't play the games. So it's going to hit hard, but it's still one more week of Super Weekends that is left for them. So when they come through potentially in that third Super Weekend, they really need to push the envelope. Otherwise, I like the rest of the performances coming through from Group A. It's pretty stacked, especially we've got 2 teams from Group A on that first page.
Yeah, it's a really strong showing coming through once again. But of course, well, we have to pay the bills. So we're going to be giving a big shout out going out to Oppo once again. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now with that, we are also going to be making our way into a quick break while we get our final match of the day ready and locked in. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This is our final match right here in the second week of league play. Now, this is the final game for the teams that are still to play their final match to lock in those necessary points to ensure a slot for themselves moving in to our second super weekend. Who will be those teams? We do not know just yet, but we do know a few teams have already played their final games, so their points have definitely been locked in. Next up, of course, we are going to be heading right back into the jungle to see what the teams will bring for that final shuffle, that final rumble to try and lock in the last bit of points. Now, yeah, do we have any hopes, any dreams potentially coming in here as to where we want that zone to be moving to?
I don't know where I wanted to go wherever SWAT 69 is, because they need this game. They desperately need this game if they want to come back for, well, if they want to join the Super Weekend roster at all. This will be their first opportunity potentially, and it's going to come down to this last Sanhok game. As we can see, they're currently in 20th position. So, of course, we know Mad Knight, they can't play any more games. They're sitting on 39 points. They're not going to get into that top 16. But SWAT 69 need a minimum of 18 points just to catch up to Triple Esports.
Yeah, that is, that's going to be a little bit of a push, right? So, it's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible, but it's going to take a lot of focus to accomplish that. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not the players here from SWAT 69 will be able to make enough of a push to get in. But also what's quite troubling is the players here from Team Unique. I mean, we saw such a good performance from them over in the Super Weekend, but looking at the current point situation, they are also going to have to dial it up in this final showing on Sanhok.
Absolutely, and I can say that pretty much for any team. Like, there's no team that's not really in danger, especially when we take a look pretty much from, I'd say, 12 down. There's still plenty of splits that can come through in between. So, this is going to be an absolute fun time. Especially see a couple of hot drops there with Triple Esports and Slime 4KT. Of course, we can see Plaza and AWAM, unfortunately, shoulder to shoulder. We'll see how that one's going to end up. And taking a look at the rest of the map, maybe Team Unique, Super Young Stars. The rest, pretty spread out. And pretty spread out is definitely the play here for Masters Esports, who are a little bit too spread out for my liking. But we'll see how that's going to come through into fruition for the rest of the game. Zone, pretty nice. I think it's a pretty objective zone. It's going to give everyone as many opportunities that they really can.
Yeah, and that is ideally what they were coming into this final match of the day. But now, yeah, talking about the Masters, or the players there from Masters Esports, yeah, you're really utilizing the space they have all the way down in towards that far southern side. Also up north, we do see the players here from Triple Esports also really utilizing their space. We've got AWM all the way down to the more southern position. We got Thor on the opposite end of the water, alongside Framar and Master, who we see up in towards the northern side. So if the players here from Triple Esports play this position that they currently find themselves in, we could actually see them potentially turning the tables on Slime 4KT. But still, it is going to take a lot of work and a lot of those strategic kind of positional plays for them to be successful in doing that.
Oh, it's gonna be a fun time, and I just want the absolute chaos to just explode on this last Sanhok of the week. I mean, it's been an absolute treat to have so many Sanhoks now coming through after, the sandy first week that we had with Miramar. This is an opportunity for teams to really shine in their close quarter combats, and I think many of the teams have made a statement that that is, in fact, what they would prefer. Of course, SWAT 69, the team I am applying pressure to. It worked for Next Level, so I'm hoping it works for them. I want to see them come through in the next Super Weekend. I want to see them raking up their first points, getting them closer and closer towards that finals. And it's literally down to this one game. They need to get everything in their favor. And that, it's a tough order, but it's definitely possible. As we said, not at all impossible. And they find themselves pretty nicely centered zone just alongside G3 Temper. So good opportunities. Let's just see how they manage it through. YONKOUS, once again, with a little bit of a spread approach coming through into the zone. Lewis all the way there towards Docks. And for the rest of the teams, I guess the furthest rotation we're looking at is Blackjack Esports at Next Level.
Yeah, so a few positions that they can look to bring on in along the way. And Yeah, a little bit of a surprise coming through there as we make our way right back up on towards the camera. If you've been wanting to see what we do behind the scenes, this is what we do. And while we wait for a bit of a rehost to find its way on through, we look to see what the teams are now going to be bringing in as they move in towards that final match of the day. Not quite sure what the reason is for the rehost, but we'll get onto that to make sure that we can bring the action right back up towards you. So far, we also didn't see any major engagements happening in that last match. A lot of interesting approaches from the teams. You know, everyone's still pretty much respecting the space and, you know, not really moving into anything that could be too compromising for this final match.
Yeah, but now that goes out the window, doesn't it? Because that flight path is going to be completely different. So, yes, the sentiment is going to be there that they want to avoid any of those hot drops as much as possible. It's not going to be confirmed, though, as we come back from the rehost, because we know you don't always have the information that you would think you do. So we saw many of those hot drops coming through between G3 Temp, but Slime 4KT, then 1 million there on Bootcamp, and, you know, earlier on into what about Sanhok games. So yes, there's a little bit of a mix coming through because Team A is no longer sitting in. You know, Cryptics is no longer going to be bringing the absolute fire towards the rest of the team, as well as Darkness. They're going to have to sit back, but there's still a lot at stake. As we mentioned, SWAT 69, minimum of 18 points. And I say minimum because we at least have to get 19 to beat out Triple Esports, and that's only if Triple Esports don't get a single point. And that can be said for the rest of the teams finding themselves there in that bottom 4, except for Mad Knight, of course, who's not going to be playing. So a lot at stake and a lot riding on possibilities, probabilities, maybes. So RNG is going to be difficult for SWAT 69, I think, coming into this one.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a challenge, definitely, for them to step in. But at least, you know, like we've been saying, it's not out of the realm of possibility for them to bring it in. It's just going to take an immense level of focus. But let's say they drop a 30 bomb on us moving into this final match, right? That could be what they need, right? A beautiful 30 bomb being dropped along the way. That could do some fantastic things with them, with regards to those positional points. Anything less than that, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy, crazy tough, and we're not quite sure whether or not that will then ensure their position up in towards that top 16. But also, I want to see the play come through from Team Unique as well as Next Level, because they are also not out of the danger zone, right? They had such a good running moving through in towards the Super Weekend, but it's tough at the end of the day. I mean, Next Level particularly being one of those teams that have to make it into the next Super Weekend, because we know that they weren't able to secure the highest amount of points coming into Super Weekend. Yes, of course, they closed it off with the final winner chicken dinner, and that's absolutely fantastic to have, but we'd like to see them return into Super Weekend once again, stepping up on towards that battlefield, and in doing so, just push even harder, bringing in even more points to the overall standings. But we'll have to wait and see who those top 16 teams are going to be moving through into Super Weekend.
Absolutely. And I do want to see new faces. I do want to see the teams that didn't have that opportunity in the first week come through in the second week. But that does mean then we kick out, you know, 4 other teams that had a really good opportunity or needed to come back in potentially that are not going to, you know, be able to do that. So it's unfortunate, but it has to happen. And it's going to come down to this last game on Sanhok of all maps to really try and vie for an absolutely dominating performance. As we know, Sanhok third party central. And now you are putting all of your eggs in the basket in Sanhok. It's going to be hot, and it's going to be difficult for some of the teams to try and really monopolize all of the points, because we know Sanhok tends to be a little bit more spread out when it comes to eliminations, a little bit more spread out when it comes to points. We have seen some pretty top-heavy, you know, performances coming through today, but not as top-heavy as we would expect on like a Miramar or an Erangel, where the team that gets, you know, maybe double-digit points is the team that gets that 30 points a game, which is what teams like SWAT 69 are going to need. It's scary. It's so scary.
But what we can also see looking at the performances coming in from this week of league play is that there's also a lot more of a distribution coming in with regards to the points between all the teams, right? Last week, we had an exceptionally top-heavy play coming through with the rest of the teams having not as many points as they would have liked to get, right? This time around, in this week, having a little bit more of that Sanhok action coming through, it does really change up the dynamics because we've got more teams now being in a position where they can step up and bring in some of those additional points. So definitely, I do think with regards to that, it has been a lot more of a satisfying week looking at the teams having a much larger share at the point pool being available for them to try and bring that on through. But the pressure, whichever way we look at it, is not going to be off the teams sitting near the lower end of that leaderboard, particularly even the teams that are right on the cusp of that top 16. So that is going to be the likes of Masters Esports, Blackjack Esports, as well as then the players coming through from Super Young Stars, and then of course Triple Esports. Even though they're the gatekeepers, they might get kicked out of the gate.
I mean, danger is basically what all of these teams are thinking about right now. And of course, that's Flightpath coming through, basically cutting off predominantly the western side of Sanhok. So some opportunities for the teams that find themselves a little bit more favored here towards those western islands will be very, very happy. Going over to the trifecta, we can see quite a few teams just dropping there close towards boot camp and just spreading up alongside Paradise Resort, maybe even Camp Bravo. But, oh, speaking about Camp Bravo, that zone moving all the way to the east. So a little bit of an opposite day here for the zone and the drop sites.
Yeah, but again, it's good, right? It's good. We want to see the teams now constantly being challenged, being pushed, trying to keep themselves on their own toes, if well, that was even possible. But already a little bit of a tough start coming through for Virtual Gaming, but they're not going to mind, right? They're not going to complain about that because they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So they can afford to have some fun moving into this match. But Triple Esports, as I said, one of the teams not 100% secured in their position. They are now going to have to keep their focus up because they're going up against the likes of Slime4KT. Slime4KT up in 4th place, 72 points. They're pretty golden. But now Triple, they're going to have to step it up a notch.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind is Slime4KT is no stranger to hot drops, right? They're no stranger to having to fight off their initial position. We've seen them do it time and time again. And for the most part, they have been pretty successful. So we'll see how this one's going to come through for them. Again, they don't need the points, but they can potentially keep Triple Esports out of that super weekend. So who knows? Maybe just getting rid of the competition is going to be the play here. Some of the potential hot drops we can see Next Level and Virtual Gaming pretty close to one another. Team Unique as well, quite split out pretty much as well as Next Level. So some fun times to work with. Even Lashin from Super Young Stars all the way rotating from Camp Charlie towards what would have to be maybe Camp Ponk. So some fun times coming through here. And as I say that, the contention starts to light up in the feed. But still, it's just a little bit of peeking and prodding for the time being.
Yeah, a lot of peeking and prodding all over the place. Even up here over into Hatin, as we can see now from Mar, having a Storm rotate up, right up alongside them. Beautiful shooting coming through there, as we can see those heads fighting their way on in. Storm just lighting it up and already dealing a few devastating blows to the players here from Triple. But of course, Triple coming in with a fair trade-off there as they do find Plaza. And now it is on to the rush coming through from Thor. Let's see if Thor is going to be able to close this one out. Trying to take the long way around. Storm, of course. Oh, gets traded off. Comes through with a beautiful M249. That is not an easy weapon to dodge the spray of. But that seems to be the case there for Thor as he lives to fight another zone. But now they need to try and quickly bounce back from this one. They still have Aimer and, of course, Pronto also looking to add on to the spice here. But now Master trying to play the high ground, trying to make their way through all these compounds, all these buildings, clearing them out one by one, while at the same time keeping a very watchful eye on when that blue zone could start moving in. But Thor getting caught with his hands on the trigger, pointing in the wrong direction.
Oh, peekaboo comes Pronto to try and find a little bit of something. But of course, Master retaliating, just throwing a couple of shots there. Unfortunately, not in time before the confirmation comes through. So for the time being, Slime4KT find themselves just a leg up from Triple Esports. 3 versus 2 for them, and Triple Esports now potentially just trying to vie with a disengagement as they can try and hold on for placement points. As we know, they're on that threshold. They're on the cusp, holding the rest of the teams there out from 17th up onwards from getting into the next Super Weekend, which means they are not out of danger. They can easily, just as easily, be kicked out of their position as pretty much what Slime 4KT have done now. But looking at the rest of the feed, we can see 1 million finding G3 Temper. A nice little bit of an interesting contention to happen there. Because as we know, in terms of positions, I mean, 1 million finding themselves in 11th, Slime G3 Temper in 5th place. They don't really need points right now. But 1 million would definitely be happy with it. Just a little bit of a wider safety net.
Yeah, nothing wrong with having that safety net in place. And of course, now Lusail coming in as a little bit of a saving grace there for the side of Triple Esports, as we can see that quick Elam coming through on towards the side there of Pronto. So now the pressure turns back over in towards Hatin, where we have Aimer and of course Plaza trying to make that play there. But Master, ooh, he's got to play a quiet game there, just holding that position. And you pointed out G3 and 1 million, and here they are as 1 million pushing right up towards them. That first knock already, or that first elimination rather, already looking to find its way up in towards G3. So now the onus is on Nacho, Buden, and Sid to try and keep their in this game. But as we know, they've also had quite a good run with regards to those points, and it's going to be more important for 1 million to have the successful push in this one if they're looking to strengthen their position on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, G3 Temper, they're sitting on 68 points, well up into 5th place. Not really a worry for them, but they can just take their time and maybe try a couple of things out, or maybe be a thorn in the side of 1 million, and who else to boot will be the question. So a little bit of a 2-1 split coming through for them, just trying to hold their time, and 1 million obviously trying to flank around to get all the angles they possibly can with those G3 Temper nades, making beautiful connections, unfortunately, to Braden as he tries to hold the line. And now, I mean, 1 million just trying to get some confirmation. We can see the kill feed as well lighting up. I do see SWAT 69 actually finding a little bit of success there on towards YONKOUS. So that's going to be crucial for them. And we're going to have to keep our eyes on the feed for that recommendation. Ooh, for that succession that we can see from the fight coming through. Braden's down. There's only 2 members remaining here.
Yeah, Nacho and Six now trying to hold up this defensive line, as we can see 1 million looking to push even harder, as we can see Knock Knight now coming in with a beautiful knock, and down goes G3 as 1 million just the floor with G3. Absolutely fantastic push coming through there, and 1 million feeling like $1 million right now. But of course, it's not the end. That was only that engagement. We are still in our first phase, waiting to see where this next phase will be taking us. Here from SWAT 69 now having a few knocks coming in their directions. We do see Sabir going down, and it is up to Twix and Yash now to try and keep it all together, looking to secure themselves up into those later phases.
Oh, please do. I don't like this position. YONKOUS, of course, finding themselves currently on the leaderboard in 10th place, right? They're feeling even more healthier than what 1 million esports were, so they're going to be fine. It's SWAT 69 that I am so worried about. Got only 2 members remaining. 1 currently knocked. 1 might be confirmed. Twix out in the open. Havlik is here. We know what Havlik can do with the spray. Need to be very careful. Any sort of member just sticking out from that tree will be the end of you. Very dangerous position here to go for the res, and it doesn't matter because here comes the re-knock, and now a beautiful position from Lewis will mean that SWAT 69 is down to a solo in the most important game of this week.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so unfortunate to see that unfolding right in front of us. But YONKOUS, they still have the controlling numbers sending on towards Yash here. So Yash, best of luck. This is going to be a pretty tough push, but we see NNN7 now moving into position as well. And I mean, it's not an impossible feat for Yash to try and pull this one off. The confirmations haven't come through just yet, so the rest of his team is still up. But Twix, I don't think is going to be making it through. Super low on health, and what Yash can do now is just keep up the pressure. Just make it so difficult for YONKOUS to get a successful rush. But it's all going to come down to how this play now unfolds. We can see those mollies getting sent on through Yash, at least for the time being, managing to evade those flames. But up comes NNN7, trying to push around, trying to find that opening in the door, sending out the mollies all over the place, trying to light Yash on up. But let's see, Myth coming into position as well, just off in the distance. But unfortunately, Yash moves into a very open goal there. And of course, with that, it is going to be the end now for SWAT 69. YONKOUS having a good run. Already 5 eliminations under their belt. And they're going to be looking to pick up even more so.
Yeah, look, I will put my sadness aside here for SWAT 69. Beautiful performance coming through from YONKOUS, picking up that team wipe, and now looking for a little bit more as they turn their attention towards Team Myth, while just making a rotation there on the highlight. But looking at it, the rest of the team still having to make their own rotations. I mean, Master's still in the blue zone, still just trying to find a little bit of an opener on towards this new zone that shifted a little bit more towards that northeastern side, which is really favoring, you know, the likes of teams finding themselves in Paradise, even towards Cab Bravo. And I was talking about Paradise. It's not looking like a Paradise right now for Virtual Gaming, who only have 3 players to start off with in this last Sanhok, and now 1 has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting and an important push, particularly now for the side of Team Unique, right? They need those points. We want to see them also making their return up into the Super Weekend. And now the pressure is going to be high because they're going up against the team that is currently sat at the top of the leaderboard. Down goes Slike. As you can see, a beautiful spray coming through here from Alpha Luigi with that confirmation so close. But fortunately, Phantom is there to provide a bit of a helping hand. And now also Scope, just on that far off angle, could now find a different approach here. But ideally here, we would like to see the players from Unique not test their luck and rather play this one a little bit more calculated. Rather reposition while the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming is currently positioned over on towards the eastern side of Paradise. Use that to your advantage and get into a different spot, right? Because otherwise you could be facing a heap of trouble at this point. And also we have the players there from 1 million also now heading up in towards Paradise. So the pressure is only going to go up from here. And another team that we also going to be keeping a very watchful eye on is going to be the players there from Next Level. But currently we see them positioned smack dab center zone, and they are at least safe for the time being. But now all the focus is going to be right here on the players from Unique. Are they going to be able to get out of Paradise and survive a little bit longer, because they are only 8 points away? That's all it takes right now, a minimum of 8 points for them to potentially advance themselves up that position. Well, they're going to need 9 because Triple also gained 1. So, yeah, the pressure is on.
Tough points here for many of the teams trying to get themselves into this next Super Weekend. Of course, all comes down to the wire. And rotations, looking a little bit stretched. Of course, Masters, Slimefork AT, Triple Esports, you know, some huge rotations coming through for them alongside YONKOUS and Myths. We still have to find a way into the zone. But talking about the zone, it's fairly uncontested. There's still plenty of space to work with. It's just those side-to-side rotations are going to be fun. And of course, the zone centering up onto the most clustered place that we have, still within safety. So YONKOUS, Virtual Gaming, Next Level, alongside, of course, Team Unique in a beautiful position here to hold the line. 1 million now, pulling on up right alongside Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, and this is that opportunity now for the players from Unique to get the heck out of dodge. But Virtual Gaming are going to come through with 2 beautiful knocks right on towards 1 million. Are they going to make it 3? No, not yet. Zeus quickly being dealt with there. Just a little bit of a suppressive play coming through now. But up comes 1 million, cooking it up. Will it reach all the way across? One shot is going to try their very best. Oh, just overshoots a little bit. But look at that quick repositioning coming through from the side there of 1 million. Figuring out that there's quite a bit of pressure. Dexter now also getting picked up as one shot. Sends it through. Will this continue to happen now? As we can see, Virtual Gaming just trying to do everything they can. And this is a beautiful turn now. But, still, we don't see Unique repositioning. They are still hanging around on towards north. And now 1 million. Oh, dealing the hits up into Alpha Luigi. Will this be the final one? Yes, indeed. 1 million taking down the players coming in from the side of Virtual Gaming. We did also see the players there from Slime 4KT making their way back up in towards the lobby. Now, Myth going to come rushing in onto the side here of YONKOUS. Both these teams, of course, fighting it out over in the blue zone. But let's see now, will they be able to close it up? Who will be the one to walk away? Ooh, Myth putting in some strong plays there as they quickly stop it for YONKOUS right then and there. Now comes the pressure, right? Now they got to rotate all the way back up in towards the zone, trying to get out of this blue. Fortunately, it's only third phase blue, so it's not going to be too deadly. But still, got to prioritize those positions. And now we look back up into Paradise. Unique. They are testing their fate right here. And now even tapping across over onto win. Like, Phantom, what are you doing?
Look, I mean, 1 million was finding themselves in a little bit of a duo situation. They had 2 players down, so, you know, Unique could smell the blood, and they were very eager to get involved here. But now, I mean, after a team wipe like that, 1 million finding themselves with 7 eliminations. I don't think this is the bear that you want to be poking and prodding in one of the most important games of the day. For Team Unique, let's just focus on placements right now, unless an absolutely amazing opportunity comes your way. But for the time being, let's just hold off. Of course, rotations now finishing on up. We can see Myth still rotating on in from that southern position up towards Ban, right next to Zero Tolerance. So that might be an interesting point of contention. Masters looking a little bit spread out. Only Angelo really close to the zone. Bamboo, unfortunately, we'll see how that rotation is going to come through. They do have a vehicle to work with, so we'll see what happens. But also, I mean, Sin is all the way down to docks, now that I see it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 4 teams currently, let's say 5 teams, still currently in a little bit of a worrying position. And they're going to have to bring it in. Let's go even further. Let's make it 6 points. All right, so it's Masters, Blackjack, as well as the Super Young Stars. We've got Triple. Then, of course, it is going to be the players coming in from Next Level, as well as Unique. Unique being the team that has to really focus the most out of those teams, because they are in dire need of points, right? They have not locked it in just yet. And as we can see, looking at what's happening currently right here, Myth looking to make it a little bit easier, at least for the time being, as they now take this engagement with the players here coming in from the side of 1 million. Knight, of course, says his goodbyes and makes their way right back up in towards the lobby. But Myth also having that quick res now being pulled off, but a re-knock coming through as Broly gets confirmed on through. And 1 million now also just looking to ride the storm as they are now picking up elimination after elimination.
Oh, this is the opportunity I was talking about for Team Unique, but they're not pushing up onto this contention. They're not looking for the third party, so it's only Myth and 1 million that have to deal with the damage. And Farouk with the nades is absolutely pinpoint accurate, coming through, looking for that confirmation. Now, if Eflex with a nade in hand is going to get caught out as the rest of the players here from Myth come on, pulling on in. Only 1 member remaining here for 1 million, and it is, of course, Dexter, who find themselves just looking for a little bit of an exit, get away, get into safety, because the Team Myth here is on a little bit of a tear. So for Dexter, rotating on out, might rotate on into Team Unique's territory. We'll see how that one's going to end up. But of course, the rotation's now coming through. It's not just Myth here looking for a piece of the action. It's Next Level. It's Intruders. It's Super Young Stars all in up into Paradise. Oh.
Yeah, this is going to be, okay, so also this is a super impeachment now for Super Young Stars, right? They are right on the verge of that zone. Triple Esports already finding 1 point. We're not seeing too much coming in for Super Young Stars. So they are currently sitting on 0 eliminations. So that means that Triple Esports have moved up 1 above them. Okay, so yeah, they are in a little bit of trouble here. Super Young Stars need to play this one super careful. If they're not careful, it's going to be lobby time. And up comes the Masters now from the side, looking to add in towards that as Master Esports are just tapping away. Angelo, fortunately, quickly getting dealt with there as the knock comes through. But Lashin still going to be hanging around, adding to the level of pressure. But we are also in a placement point terrain or region or whatever you want to call it. So they got to be careful with how they go about their business here. Chala just narrowly making it in at first, and then up comes Lelouch with a beautiful tap there just to close that one off. And I mean, Paradise itself still continuing to heat up as the zone now centers in right in towards it.
Oh, 1 million, of course. Dexter just in the middle of it all, trying to hold the line. But his super young stars now down to 1 as well. So many teams feeling the brunt of the action. You see Lash in here, just on the high rise. Intruder, gotta find it. Unfortunately, Bamboo's gonna find that last remainder. And Super Young Stars will be going out in 11th place. So with a couple of placement points and with a couple of eliminations, maybe they are alright. We turn our attention to the rest of the teams who are still in the Skittles pack that is Paradise. As Paradise is not looking too relaxing for the time being. It's not the vacation resort you were looking for. And we can see Next Level finding out a beautiful angle there on towards Masters. Now, as everyone makes the rotations in, you can see the bullets are flying left, right, and center. Zero Tolerance and Myth going to be first to find each other, and Akram is going to be the last remaining member here. Just peeking out a little bit too far because Vortex can see you, my friend. There is the confirmation. Team Myth go out.
Yep, absolutely beautiful sprays coming through there from the side of Vortex. Zero Tolerance stepping up to the challenge. But now, again, it is all down to that positional play. Are the teams going to be able to get it locked in? Triple Esports getting second. That's the end of the road for them. Was the effort enough for them to try and secure the position? Unique still hanging on, holding the position. As we can see, they have one player positioned up in towards Paradise itself. Phantom right here, just trying to play on towards that northern side, but there's definitely not a lot of options left here for them to really utilize. We can see them now just moving up in towards the compound. Lusail also just hanging about over on towards this western side as they creep a little bit closer, coming in to inspect the whole situation. Next Level pushing through Paradise, coming in through from the eastern side. Blackjack also right here, again trying to put a bit of a performance in. They have got 3 eliminations under their belt, looking to add even more to that. It is now just down to Reverb, the final player for the team. Look at this angle coming in here from Phantom, finding a beautiful lineup on towards Raouf. But is it going to be enough, though? Because now that position has been given away. We see, Reverb trying to push in towards zone, but Raouf stops him right there in that advance. Intruder now also just feeling the pressures that Blue Zone is forcing them further. And with Next Level, part of the welcoming committee, welcoming the teams up in towards Paradise. But is it going to be enough for them to try and play that position? So far, they still have all 4 players remaining, so it's looking hopeful. But will they now be able to keep it all together?
Huge opportunity here for Next Level. As we know, they're one of the teams that really needs to pick up points if they're going to be finding themselves in the next Super Weekend to just pretty much try and increase their points. We can see here Intruder with the nades prepping, going for Unknown, and Gaddafi just getting a little bit of a taste of the action. Not that they would have wanted it. And of course, we can see that feed lighting up as Team Unique also picking up a couple of eliminations, just throwing a couple of shots there. Intruder, of course, down to Hemo. There's the last remainder here for Intruder, who have done well today. Honestly, they've done fantastically, but they are looking to be a thorn in the side of the rest of the teams who are trying to take potentially someone else's position here, which is, of course, right now, Next Level and Team Unique. Zero Tolerance now getting involved as well. Also a team that's done fantastically, but would be so keen to maybe just throw a couple of nails in the side of Lusail, who have been absolutely dominating. Ultimately, my focus is on Next Level and Unique.
Yeah, I have to agree with you 100% on that one. But now, look at this. Vortex just looking to push a little bit further up in towards the zone. The shots come through. Next Level. Azar comes in with a beautiful hit. Now Hates, the last one left for Zero Tolerance, is just going to be sitting here watching the rest of the teams. Lusail also now coming under fire as Gaddafi and the rest of the squad from Next Level that look to advance their way back up in towards the zone. But Lusail just raining down with the chaos. So you can see those hits coming through. Azar getting knocked right on down. Watson quickly just trying to boost up that health bar. So you can see Blue Zone being absolutely devastating. Trump also just trying to inch their way back up in towards safety. Up comes the play now as Watson comes rushing forward. Up a little bit of action along the way. He just gets the re-knock up in towards Azar. No, in fact, that was the confirmation coming through. So Next Level, being the only team left with 3 players unknown, is going to be looking to close this one out. Of course, Hate scoping up from behind. That is another elimination in the hand there for Gaddafi. But Watson getting ready to push. Here we go. Trying to come in with the sprays. The drop shots come through. Unknown getting traded off. Down he goes. Next Level down to only 2 remaining hopefuls. Allah not looking too great with the health bars. The players there from Intruder getting eliminated, and we are down to only 3 teams. Unique pushing in from the north. They are in a beautiful with regards to points. Make that even better as they pick up an absolutely fantastic play. It is now down level and Unique trying to keep it all together. They were side by side sitting on that leaderboard, and so far bringing in an absolutely phenomenal performance. Gaddafi now with the heel strat trying to survive as long as he possibly can, but unfortunately the chicken goes straight over towards the players here from Unique. They needed to bring in an absolutely fantastic performance in this final game. They stepped up to the challenge, and of course the same can be said for Next Level. Both these teams playing absolutely fantastic stuff.
Look, I couldn't have asked for a better end towards that last game of the day. I said it was Next Level, it was Team Unique. And who are the top 2 that we're looking at? Fantastic performances coming through from Next Level to manage those eliminations there. Towards the end, they were absolutely just surrounded, but they picked up eliminations consistently, which is really going to just boost their points coming through into the last game. Whether it's going to be enough, I don't know. I'm not doing the math, thankfully, because it's going to be absolutely crazy. I think there's still going to be huge surprises coming through for this last overall ranking.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be quite a bit of a change coming through here, and it's going to be exciting to see who those teams will be, because a lot of efforts were brought forward coming into this final match, and the teams really looking to make it as difficult as they possibly can for the opposing teams, while at the same time trying to bring in the required and necessary points to lock in those positions moving in towards that super weekend. So it has been absolutely nail-biting to see what the teams have been doing so far, and all we can do is wait for the results to come out to see who will be the 16 teams joining us in the second super weekend. But so far, the second week of league play has been an absolutely beautiful one, with the teams really shaking things up and showing some really good initiative across the board once again.
I'm so happy with the performances coming through from these teams. Virtual Gaming was the first one that we really spotted out. They reset themselves. They came through with a dynamic aggression that really helped them bolster those elimination shots. And of course, Next Level and Team Unique cutting it down to the wire, and my anxiety is not having a good time, but ultimately putting a beautiful performance through.
Yeah, speaking of a beautiful performance, let's hop into the highlights of this past match just to give you a quick sneak peek of the action in case you missed any of it. Again, some beautiful PUBG coming through right there. And that, of course, means that we are inching our way ever closer to seeing what the final match standings are going to be for this last game. So, you know, it's going to be absolutely crazy. But let's go without any further ado. Here are the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in this final game.
I'm nervous. Team Unique picking up 22. Next Level picking up 18 alongside Lusail. And a healthy set of eliminations here for both 1 million and Team Myth. Now, what's also interesting is that I do see Intruder Africa also just bolstering their numbers there. And I mean, some of the other teams that we saw there towards the bottom, I'm not seeing them, which makes me nervous. But unfortunately, we'll see what happens there. So, last page, here we come through, and of course SWAT 69 picking up 1 point, which is definitely not going to be enough. But we'll see for those overall rankings what's going to happen and who's going to go through. Triple Esports picking up 2. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to really hold them. Even Super Young Stars only picking up 2. I'm not sure if that's going to keep the rest of the teams out from that top 16. But DK, here it is. Who's going to go through to the next Super Weekend?
Well, we're about to find out as we move over into our overall rankings. Of course, we are going to be starting it off with the first page. Looking to see you sitting at the top, and it is going to be Lusail's 103 3 points, with the players there from Virtual Gaming just 10 points behind them, up in towards 93. Of course, Cryptics sitting on 74. Slime 4KT also on their 7 points. We've got Team Myth, we've got INTRUDER Africa also just locking in those positions alongside G3, and then we also have Zero. But the first page is all good and great and fantastic, but we need to look at the second page to see who will be joining us. And as we can see, Darkness making it in. We've got the players there from 1 Million Esports. We've got Next Level as well as YONKOUS. Team Unique being able to bounce back from that position all the way over in towards the bottom 4. And now we've got Blackjack also up here alongside Team Umbra. Of course, Masters Esports. So we are, in fact, going to be seeing 2 of the teams that missed out on last week's Super Weekend joining us in the next Super Weekend. But they are trading places with the Super Young Stars and the players coming through there from Triple Esports, who just miss out on that top 16 with 3 points each.
Oh, and unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing Mad Knight and SWAT 69 once again making it up into the Super Weekend. So now they've missed out on 2 opportunities, unfortunately, to pick up, those extra winner chicken dinners and the points for their finals qualifiers. I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen in the third week. But for now, we can say congratulations to the teams who've made it through to the second Super Weekend. Relatively consistent performances coming through from the rest. Only 2 teams really swapping out. And I think it's a fantastic performances. Again, congratulations to Virtual Gaming and INTRUDER for coming back, fighting that mental game and winning at the end of the day.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due. And I mean, Virtual Gaming bring in an absolutely phenomenal performance in the second week of league play. It really changed up, and as we saw, such a strong finish coming in there from 7 all the way up on towards 93 points. But as we know, moving into Super Weekend, league play is not reflective of anything we could be expecting to see moving into the weekend. So expect quite a lot of dynamic changes coming in from these teams, as everyone is going to be stepping up to the challenge now, looking to secure those points to potentially have a seat moving through in towards the final. So be sure to join us in for the... But of course, before we go anywhere, we want to give a bit there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, ensure that you guys join us back for the Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend, to see these teams continue now in their efforts to try and lock in those points, trying to see if they can get a slot moving in towards the finals. They're running out of opportunities, but fortunately, Super Weekend, they will have 15 games to try and bring in as many points as possibly can. And also, as we've said before, those winner chicken dinners are worth an extra little bit of spice. So exciting to see what the teams... Until then, have an absolutely fantastic time. You all back on the Super Weekend. Stay safe and see you all back again later.